wording for that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. See, at least now we have something. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good morning. How is everyone? Good. Happy Monday. It is week 2 of class. So we're a quarter of the way done. You did good. Does anybody have any questions for me on the homework? You guys read chapters 2 and 3 over the weekend. And then you took the test on page 182 and 183 and hopefully graded it using the grading scale. So when I call your name, if I can get your scores, if you, can you take that down, Jake, please? This is the grading scale here. So if you got 1 wrong, it's a 95. If you got 2 wrong, it's a 90. Everything is worth 5 points. So if you can tell me the score itself, that's helpful. If not, just tell me how many you missed and I'll do the conversion for you. Okay. All right. Let me see. Michaela. Joan. Sheila. Okay. Tierra. Sebastian. Okay. How did you do on chapter 1? 4 wrong. Okay. And chapter 2? 5 wrong. Okay. And chapter 3? Okay, that's fine. Egypt. Damon. How'd you do on the tests? Chapters 1, 2, and 3. What were your scores? Thank you. Great job. Charlene. Very good. Brianna.
100, 195.
Thank you. Simon.
95. 90 on the chapter 1.
Okay.
And 80 on chapter 2. I haven't done that 3 yet.
Okay, that's fine. Mackenzie.
I got a 90, 80, 75.
Thank you. Yanizalith.
I don't have like the number like that. I can
Okay.
tell you
How many did you miss?
In the first one, I did 11 out of 20.
Okay.
And the second one, I did 17 out of 20. And the third one, 6 out of 20.
So that's what you got right or wrong?
6 right.
6 right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So no, it's okay. I've got it. I need you to see me after class because we got to figure out how to get the information to you. If you only got 6 right out of 20, then I'm really concerned about your ability to pass the written part of the state exam. So we'll talk about that after class. Okay. All right. Nathaniel. Jocelyn.
Oh, and chapter 1 is I got 80%.
Okay.
And the second is I got 85.
85. All right.
95 and
Very good. Bernaje.
I got a 66 for the first one.
How many did you get right or wrong?
Wrong, 7.
You got 7 wrong. Okay. So 7 times that's 65%. Okay.
Oh,
There you go. It should end in a 0 or a 5. That's why it. Chapter 2.
60 and then 70.
Okay. All right. Okay, so those of you that missed questions, do you have any questions on why you missed the question? Do you need me to explain anything? Is anything unclear to you? What can I help you with?
I have a question.
Sure.
For chapter 3, question 4, it's about the culture thing. What is the, I can't say the name properly, that starts with an O.
Ombudsman.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so let me kind of explain this. I can give you a textbook definition. An ombudsman is somebody that is appointed to mediate disputes between a resident and a facility. Okay, this is a volunteer position. They aren't paid by the facility, they're not paid by the resident. It is a volunteer position. They're just there to mediate, but they're also there to make sure that there's no retaliation. So let me explain what I mean by that. Okay. When we have people in long-term care, this is where they live. They don't get to choose the caregivers. They're in a facility and they're kind of stuck with whoever the facility hired to take care of them. Now, some caregivers they'll absolutely love. Other caregivers, they're not going to like. So when you're living in a place and unable to care for yourself, you have to understand that you are vulnerable. You are dependent on others. And those others you don't get to choose. Does that make sense? Okay. So if that person, that patient, that resident that needs care complains, I don't like this guy. I don't like the way he's treating me. I don't like how he takes care of me. I don't like him. If that resident complains about a staff member, they will probably fear that they are going to be retaliated against. Because now you have heard that I have filed a complaint against him. So your loyalty is probably going to be to your coworkers. So now you're going to start treating me bad or neglecting me, not giving me care because I'm going to show them complaining about my friend, right? So when somebody is in a facility and they're vulnerable and they need that care, it's very difficult for them to file a complaint about the care that they're receiving because they fear retribution. So an ombudsman is an impartial third party, somebody that they can go to with their complaints. Hey, I don't like this guy. The ombudsman's going to try to get to the bottom of why don't we, like this guy? Is it because he's rough? Is it because he neglects you? Or is it just a personality issue? If a patient goes to another third party, there's no real retribution there. Now, that third party can help resolve that conflict and maybe, possibly, get me and the caregiver together to kind of hash things out, and maybe we can see eye to eye, or work with the facility to move me to a different area where I get different caregivers, or maybe he's just not a good caregiver at all, and the facility needs to be aware of that for retraining or reassignment or termination. So an ombudsman is designed to help eliminate retaliation. Well, why is this important? How many of you guys work? You guys are all pretty young. Okay. How many of you guys work? Okay. How many guys are looking forward to retirement? Looking forward to retirement. How many of you are looking forward to the day that you can wake up and the day is yours and you don't have any obligations, you don't have any kids to raise, you don't have any transportation to deal with. The day is yours, right? We all want to be there, right? So we all dream about, during our working years, retirement. Now, I want you to think for a second about what retirement might look like for you. Okay. For some of you, you're hopping on a cruise ship. That would be me. For some of you, you're playing golf. Some of you, arts and crafts. Some of you, spending time with your grandchildren or great-grandchildren or whatever, right? So I want you to think about what retirement looks like to you. Now, how many of you guys envisioned, when I asked you, what does retirement look like to you? How many of you guys envisioned being dependent on another person, a stranger, and living in a facility that is not your home? Anybody? Is that your retirement dream? It's not theirs either. This was not what they thought retirement was going to be. It's not. When we dream of retirement, we dream of being healthy enough to enjoy it. But unfortunately, a lot of times our health runs out before our days do. So we're stuck in a facility. It's not what we had planned. Now, we saved money into retirement accounts, into a 401k, into Social Security. We put money in so that we could retire and not have to work for money at the end of our life, right? So imagine for a second, morning, imagine for a second that you have worked your entire life and you have $500,000 in a retirement account to see you through the rest of your life. $500,000. Now, it's not going to go very far, especially with prices going up, but you've got $500,000. Sounds pretty decent, right? If I woke up tomorrow morning, I looked at my bank account and I saw $500,000 in there, I would be all kinds of excited. But here's the problem. Healthcare costs money. So if we run out of health before we run out of days, we're going to have to pay for healthcare. And healthcare is expensive. The average nursing home, now I want to preface this by saying I have not looked at these figures in about 5 years. So my data is about 5 years old. And with the way prices have increased, I would imagine that I am on the low end of things. Okay. But the average nursing home costs about $9,000 a month. It is not paid for by insurance. How long do you think that $500,000 in the bank is going to last? When $100,000 a year is going to go to your facility. And that doesn't count your shampoo, your your hair, your anything else. That's just so you've worked your entire life, you've built up a retirement account. This was not what you had planned, to live out your days in a facility, and they are draining your bank account. Everything you worked 40 years for is going to be gone in a matter of 4 years. That's a scary place, guys. That is a terrifying place. Now, you got all that going on, and then you've got a young 20-something caregiver who treats you like absolute crap and is demeaning and mean and judgmental and everything else. How well do you think you're likely to put up with that? This is why there are staff-patient conflicts, because until 3 minutes ago, you had no idea what their mindset was. You had no clue how much they sacrificed to get here, and here is not where they want to be. We have to have some compassion and understanding to be able to relate to our patients. And if I'm paying $9,000 a month, when I hit that call light, what kind of service do you think I expect? $9,000 a month. If you're checking into a hotel and you're paying $9,000 a month, what kind of service are you expecting for that $9,000 a month? Oh man, I want fresh flowers. I want massages. I want to ring a bell and somebody appear with my mimosa, right? That is not what they're getting for their $9,000 a month. So we have to understand where your patients are at in order to be able to relate to them and have the best possible relationship that we can have. Does that make sense? It's not something that most caregivers think about. They think, oh, you're here, I got to take care of you. But let's think about how they got there. Make sense? This is why we need Ombudsman. Because the Ombudsman can help the patient understand a little bit about how facilities work and that they may not get that 5-star treatment, even though their bank account is being drained. But the Ombudsman can also help us understand as caregivers why the patient may have that expectation and what we can do to help facilitate a good relationship. So we do need Ombudsman. And it is a volunteer position. So hopefully when you get to the end of your career and you're approaching your retirement, it might be something that you might want to think about because you will have that understanding and you would be an excellent arbitrator, mediator. Okay. So sometimes giving back can make us feel pretty good. Any questions on that?
No, but I wanted to tell you, it was more so the vocab. Like, I probably just need to write down all the vocab and just understand the meanings. That's what it is for me.
Yeah, flashcards are your friend,
Okay,
for sure.
flashcards.
Flashcards are your friend. Yeah, and some of these, the definitions are really, really close. There's just a little detail that's a little bit different. I'll give you one that gets confused a lot is assault and battery, because we generally hear them together, assault and battery. Now, I'm going to give you the legal definition of assault and battery, and then I'm going to tell you that out there, they got it all screwed up, okay? Because we generally put those two together. Assault is generally verbal, okay? It is a threat to. I am going to beat your butt, right? That's assault. Assault is generally considered a verbal threat. Battery is when I put my hands on you. Now, generally speaking, they go together because I'm going to tell you I'm going to beat your butt and then I'm going to come over there and do it. So generally they go together, assault and battery. But the legal system has kind of blurred these lines because now we have things like sexual assault. Well, assault is verbal. So sexual assault isn't necessarily the verbal crossing of lines. It's a physical crossing of lines. So it can get a little blurry out there. But I'm going to, the legal definition is assault is a threat. Battery is an action. But none of that's going to be on the state exam. None of it. We aren't going to school to be lawyers. If you put your hands on somebody, anybody, anywhere without their permission, it is battery. That's what you need to know. And you can be charged with battery. So is it important that we get consent? Yes. What if the patient says no? No means no. Who do we tell? The nurse. Now, I like to find out why. We got to know. Now, I'm not going to be mean about it. Well, why not? Don't you understand? I got a million things to do here. We're not going to do that. But I may ask, can I ask why you don't want this done right now? Are you having family visit? Is it a bad time? Are you not feeling well? get some information, because that's a problem I might be able to solve. If I want to do foot care on him and he says, no, thank you, and I find out why, and he tells me that his family is on their way in to visit, well, that's a problem I can solve. Can I do it after they leave? That's I don't have to create a problem for the nurse to solve. That's, can I rearrange the schedule a little bit? Can I come back after? Now, you do want to tell the nurse, though, and this is why. I go to him, can I do foot care? He says, no, thank you. Can I ask why? My family's visiting. Can I come back later? Yes. Easy interaction. Now I'm going to go tell the nurse, hey, he doesn't want foot care done right now. I'm going to do it after his family leaves. He's okay with that. Now, the reason that I want to do that, number one, that tells the nurse that his family is coming. So if she needs to have a conversation with them, she now knows that they're on their way. Number two, if I have a personal emergency and I have to leave the facility to take care of my personal emergency, somebody needs to know that that wasn't done. Okay. So we're still going to notify the nurse, but we're not giving her a problem to solve. This is more of an FYI. Just letting you know. Does that make sense? Good? Good? Okay. So the state test isn't going to ask you vocabulary questions. They're not going to say, what is an ombudsman? But you have to know what an ombudsman is to be able to answer some of the scenario type questions that may come up. Almost all of the questions on the state exam are scenario based. Jake, can you put up the ebook, please? Put the ebook up for me. Now, I have an ebook for you. If you're stressing, yeah, just the link for it. If you're stressing the written test and you're not doing good on the tests in the white book, you need to download the ebook. It's on 4YourCNA.com/ebook. Just put your information in. I don't spam anybody. I don't even send out emails, guys. I can't even manage to get your emails sent out very, very efficiently. I'm not going to spam you. But this allows me to send you that ebook in PDF format that you can download and go through. And it's workbook style. So it'll help you understand what they're going to ask you on the state exam and why it's going to be worded a certain way. Now, this is especially important for those of you who English is not your first language. You have to download this book to help you understand how they're going to present the questions. Okay, it's free. It doesn't cost you anything but a little bit of time, but make sure that you get that ebook. All right. How do we know what to do with each patient? Care plan. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan in? Nothing but the care plan. While we're following that care plan, what is half of, or 2/3 of our job? Observe. And what do we do with those observations? Report them to the nurse. Very good. Great job. Remember, I said that the beginning of every class will be a review, all the way up through class 6. Class 6 is your final review. Keep that in mind. All right. Every skill starts with an opening. What does every opening start with? A knock. That's right. We're going to greet the patient. Now, time out here. If the family is there, don't ignore them either. Patients come as a package deal. If the family is there, make sure you greet them as well. Do not exclude family members. That is the quickest way to get off on the wrong foot. So, good morning, Mr. Jones. Hi, family. Okay. How are we going to find out if we have the right person? We're going to call them by name. And then what do they need to know about us? Your name and title. Once we do that, we're going to tell them why we are, why we're there, what we're going to be doing, what is our skill, insert name of skill here. You can put it in your own words, perfectly okay. You can read it right off the care plan, that's fine too, but make sure that patient knows what you're about to do so we can get consent. That's right. Permission, consent. Now, once we've got all those formalities out of the way, we can get down to work. So we're going to close the, is that curtain clean? So what do you want to do? Wash your hands. Once you have clean hands, then we can go on and get our clean supplies. Questions? Great job on that. All right, if we are going to use supplies, we have to think about gloves. So gloves are used anytime we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. If the answer to any of those is yes, you need gloves. If the answer to any of those is, well, maybe you need gloves. If the answer to all three of those is no, then you don't need gloves. So if I'm going to do, one of the skills we're going to learn today is range of motion. If I'm going to do range of motion on you, I am looking at your arm because that's where I'm going to be working. And I don't see any open areas. It's not personal skin. And I don't see any body fluids. So I don't need gloves for this skill on you. Now, if I'm going to do the same skill on you, but you've got a big incision running up that arm, now do I need gloves? Yes. Okay, so it's not based on the skill, guys. It's based on the patient that you're doing the skill on. And this is probably the hardest thing I have to teach you, because a lot of schools will tell you, oh, it's on the skill. Mouth care, you need gloves. Range of motion, you don't. But that's not necessarily correct, because you may have a patient that you're going to do range of motion on that has sprung a leak. And in your mind, you're going, well, range of motion, no gloves. So it's not based on the skill. It's based on the patient, which means that we have to evaluate this for every single skill we do. Every skill. Now, if we do decide to wear gloves, what's the first thing they should touch? The patient. Keep your gloves clean for the patient. Once you've touched that patient, now you've got cootie covered gloves. We probably want to pay attention to what we're touching in the environment with those cootie covered gloves. And if you have an opportunity to go to, like, if you have a family member in a hospital or a nursing home, just go pull up a chair in the corner and sit and watch for a little bit. It is absolutely mind-blowing to me how many caregivers have gloves on, do a skill, and then touch that curtain with those gloves. Happens all the time. They'll touch the bed controller. They'll touch the overbed table and move it. They will touch everything. Do you know how many cooties end up in this patient environment? So we've got to be a little smarter than that, because I always think of it this way. 2 and 3-year-olds, my favorite humans on the planet. I love 2 and 3-year-olds. 2 and 3-year-olds are the most curious creatures you will ever encounter. They want to know everything. And they aren't picky about what they touch. In fact, they learn a lot about their environment through touch. So if I have a 2 or 3-year-old come into this room, what do you think they're going to touch? Do I want them to encounter cooties? So if I've got gloves on and they've touched that patient, I'm always thinking about, okay, what am I going to touch with these gloves? Because there's a 2-year-old right behind me that's going to come along after me. And if you go into it with that mindset, you'll stop touching stuff you shouldn't be touching, especially if you think about it being your 2-year-old. Okay? Make sense? It's awful. I used to watch a lot of like Discovery Health shows. And just watch it for 5 minutes and you'll see what I'm talking about. They put gloves in when they walk in the room, And they take them off as they walk out and they touch everything in the environment. We got to be smarter than that. If we've worn gloves, we're going to be graded on how we take them off. Remember, glove touches glove. Glove does not touch skin. So we're going to pinch up, pull off, go under, pull off. All right. If we're going to use supplies, we have to have a place to put them that's clean. So a barrier is anything that separates a dirty environment from your clean supplies. Now, remember, for the test, we are going to use a very specific type of barrier called a disposable underpad or a chucks. But the whole purpose here is to provide a clean area for our clean supplies. Now, remember, in order to get our supplies, we had to have clean hands. So barrier is all about clean. So we go wash our hands. We get our barrier first. Let me go back here. We're going to get the barrier first. Then we go back and get the supplies, and we don't hold anything against our uniform. Sometimes we'll use a privacy blanket. Now, a privacy blanket is there to keep your patients warm and provide privacy. Remember, the curtain is not enough. You are still a stranger in the room. The care plan is not going to tell us to use a privacy blanket. We need to know that you use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. Should I see knobby knees? No.
No, I have a question, so, because I know you said something about, sometimes they may say, oh, you don't need the privacy blanket, so if there's not there, do you just grab, another blanket, another regular blanket?
Grab a towel. Grab a towel. Grab a sheet. Grab something. And you'll have some patients that go, I'm fine. It's okay. Everybody has seen all my bits. I'm good. And that's okay. If it's their preference, that's fine. But I always default to a privacy blanket because my view is that they're probably saying that because they got used to the wrong action, right? So for me, I tell patients when I get that response, oh, I feel better using a privacy blanket. Are you okay if I do use it? Because it'll keep you warm. It's awfully cold in here today. Are you okay if I use it? And they'll say yes. Usually they'll say yes. And then once they get that experience, now they have something to judge it against. And they probably will start asking for that blanket. Most people are not comfortable undressing in front of strangers. If I picked one of you at random and said, okay, take your clothes off, go ahead, in this room, in front of strangers, you guys would all look at me like I was a little nuts. And you'd probably be out the door because that's not what you signed up for. We don't attribute that modesty to our patients. Have we ever stopped to think about why? Patients deserve modesty as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'll give you, I wasn't planning on talking about this, but I'll give you an example of this. I've got 2 little puppies. I have got she's 2 now, but I have got a mini Labradoodle. And she is 10 pounds, literally. Soaking wet, she is 10 pounds. She was the runt. She's a little teeny tiny thing, and she is just pure sugar. Love her to death. But she's got that poodle hair, the really coarse coils of hair. Yeah, curly. And she gets really matted. So every once in a while, we have to shave her down. Okay. And but she got this beautiful coat, but when it gets matted, I have to shave it. And she just looks terrible. Okay. It's awful. I cry every time. Now, she and my beagle mix got together and made a puppy. So he is a year old now, and he is about 25 pounds. He's bigger than her. He's thick. He likes his cookies. So he doesn't have the coiled hair. he has this long, stringy, wiry hair. And we joke he looks like a rock star because he's got this whole mohawk thing going. I mean, he's just like, he's adorable. But his undercoat mats really bad. So this week we shaved both the Labradoodle and the puppy. We call them the babies. We shaved the babies. Now, these are dogs. I mean, to me, they're family. To me, they're babies, but they are still dogs. Okay. We took their hair away from them, and it changed their personalities because they were no longer covered. Now it's starting to grow back a little bit, but they shiver now. They never shivered when they had hair. So we have to make sure we have blankets for them because it gets cold at night. These are animals that have reacted to the fact that they have lost their covering. And you can see it in how they react. And you can see it in their shivering, a physical manifestation of how this has affected them. These are dogs that have lost hair. How much more effect do you think this has on a human who has lost their clothing? Do you guys see that? Okay, we can have a whole lot of empathy for those dogs, but when it comes to humans, we think, yeah, whatever. So cover them up. Now, I've been saying no knobby knees now for about 5 years, right? This is relatively new in my teaching career, right? 5 years. I actually had somebody that had contacted me a couple of weeks ago. It was somebody that took my class years ago. And she said, you know, I got to tell you, I was watching your live not too long ago. And now she's been, you know, she's actually a nurse now. She's been in healthcare a long time. She says, I was watching your live a couple of weeks ago. It just kind of showed up on my feed, and I was watching a little bit of it. And I heard you say no knobby knees. And I started looking at my patients, and just that now I hear that in my head every time I see a patient. When I pull their sheet down, I think to myself, no knobby knees. And I make sure that I'm covering them as much as I can. So just that one statement has changed how somebody that's already in healthcare does their work. It's important that we remember that this is a human. And I will take every opportunity I can to remind you of that. All right, so we're going to use a privacy blanket. Anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed, it's there to keep the patient warm and provide privacy. When we put it on, we don't snap it or shake it. We put it over the sheet and pull the sheet down underneath. That way the patient is always covered. And then at the end of the skill, when we're ready to pull the sheet back up, we're going to do that after we remove our gloves, because you don't want to touch that sheet with those gloves that are going right up next to the patient's face. Good? All right, we also learned linen rules. Now, these are, for the most part, repeats of something we already learned. Linens can't touch your uniform. We already know that. We have to have clean hands to get our linens. We already know that too. We don't want to snap or shake those linens. Yep, we've learned that as well. And anything we don't use, we're going to put in dirty linen. We don't keep it in the room for later. Now, we're going to learn these other rules in just a little bit. And then we learned the closing. Good rule of thumb, always leave your patient looking better than you found them. Now, I became an LPN before I became an RN. And my LPN instructor, Mrs. Leesite, she was tough. She was a tough instructor. She was known to be tough. But man, did she produce some good nurses. And I do have to tell you that this came from her. This came from her, and I'm still in contact with her. Now, this was 35-ish years ago, and I still talk to her occasionally, but she needs to know that this made an impact on me. Leave your patient looking better than you found them. And I strive to do this with every patient encounter. I'll straighten the sheets. I'll make sure, you know, there's nothing, no trash laying around. This is a good rule of thumb. If you do nothing more, this will cover a big part of how the patient sees you. Always leave your patient looking better than you found them. So clean and safe environment. You want to make sure that everything is picked up. You want to make sure that that bed is in the low position. You're going to ask about comfort. It's not just enough to talk about physical comfort. We have to offer something for emotional comfort as well. So do you want a magazine? We do that by addressing preferences. We're going to make sure they're covered somehow. No knobby knees. Sheet, clothes, something, anything. And then we're going to open that privacy curtain. Now, if the patient asks for it to stay closed, that's fine. But as a general principle, we're going to open the privacy curtain because people are social and we see a higher level of depression when somebody isolates. So open the curtain unless they specifically ask otherwise. We're going to give the patient their call light, and I like to tell them how to use it. Here's your call light. If you need anything, just press that red button. I'll be happy to come back and help. We're going to wash our hands after we've done all of that, because remember, all of those things have brought cooties to us. So we want to wash those cooties off. But once I've got clean hands, should I come back and do something with my patient? Should I come back and give them a call light? Should I come back and open the curtain? No, we've gotten rid of our cooties. What happens if I do realize that I didn't give them their call light and have to come back? What do I have to do? Wash my hands again, because our cardinal rule here is that we end skill with clean hands. Good? Everybody got that? So if you make a mistake, no big deal, but you've got to understand this. If you go back to that patient, you've got to wash your hands again because you've re-cootied up. Good? Now, if we have to document, we'll do that after we wash our hands because we want clean hands to touch our pen. Pen goes in your pocket, goes home with you. You don't want to pick up that pen to write down everybody's Domino's order. It's got work germs on it. It's gross. So once we've touched that pen, we want to wash our hands again because end skill with clean hands. Good? Questions? All right, we learned a couple of skills too. So for pulse, we learned how to take a pulse. That's the measurement of how many times the heart beat over 1 minute. We always report it over 1 minute, but you don't always have to count for 1 minute. We're going to count as long as care plan tells us to. If the care plan doesn't say 1 minute, we can use that 15 seconds and multiply it by 4 to get our reading. You want to use your fingertips, not the flat part of your fingers. The pulse is located right here at the bendy part of the wrist, right where the thumb joins the forearm. Don't use your thumb to take a pulse. Normal's between 60 and 100, and you can be off by 4 beats in either direction for the test and still be accurate. So you're on one side of the patient getting the pulse, the evaluator's on the other side of the patient getting a pulse. Let me tell you something though about this, because I always forget to talk about this. So when you're getting the pulse, they need to see where your hands are. So you can't cover, okay? They need to see. Remember, the elbow has to be supported, so you can pull up the forearm, find the pulse. They need to see where you're taking the pulse. But that evaluator on the other side of the patient is going to do this because they don't want you to see where they're taking the pulse. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. If there's 2 evaluators, you're going to count with both. They'll tell you that during the test. You don't need to know that. They'll tell you that. In Florida, you're supposed to have 2 evaluators, but because of shortages, lately they've been apparently using 1. So we're kind of back to the old standard of just 1 evaluator. But just know if there's 2, you'll count with each one. All right, we learned how to dress a resident with a weak arm. So we're going to ask about clothing. Everybody has the right to choose their own clothing. We're going to get the clothing before we undress them. Don't leave them there naked. That's just wrong. We're going to lift from below, supporting all joints while we lift. We'll undress the strong arm first. Dress the weak arm first. Adjust the clothing. Don't overextend. Don't break their foot. Don't break their foot. Put everything dirty in the hamper and put the call light in the stronger hand. And then we learn range of motion. Now, I still have to show you this video, I know. But we learn range of motion. We're going to lift extremities from below with a flat palm, provide support at the joints. We're going to move slowly and smoothly all the way back to the start position. We're going to follow that care plan. If the care plan says flexion extension, we're going to go up, down. If the care plan says abduction, adduction, we're going to go side to side. If the care plan says rotation, and it won't for the state exam, it's going to be around. Now, understand not all joints can move around. Elbow only goes in one direction. This is all you can ever make an elbow do. If you make an elbow do something other than this, you broke it. It's a hinge joint, only goes up and down. So elbows do not do rotation. They do not do abduction, adduction. So we have to follow that care plan that tells us what exercises on what joints. So look how far you've come. Look how far. I want you to take a minute. You're 2 classes in. We're in class 3. And this is it. This is what we still have to learn. I want you to think about how far you've come. Now, if I've shoved that much into you in 2 days, just imagine what the rest of the class is going to be like. Okay. But was it hard? Okay. All right. So before we get into hand and nail care, I want to show you the video for range of motion shoulder since we did not get to it. I ran out of time at the end of the last class. So Jacob, can we put range of motion shoulder up? Now, this is the older video. I don't have the new one done yet. Oh no, this is, okay, this is the new one. The shoulder one, I do have the new one on. So this is the new one. At the bottom, you'll see the actual checkpoints.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to do some range of motion exercises on your left shoulder. Is that okay?
Yes.
Let me close your privacy curtain and wash my hands. I'll be right back. Okay, Mr. Jones, the first exercise I'm going to do is bring your arm above your head and back down to the bed like you're asking a question. I'll do all the work. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort as we do this, okay?
Okay.
So we're going to bring your arm all the way up, supporting at both joints. Slowly and smoothly, all the way back to start. Here's 1. We're going to do that 2 more times. Up, still okay?
Yes.
Back to the bed, and 1 more. Up, and back to the bed. Okay. The next exercise we're going to do is bring your arm out and back in like you're making a snow angel. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to support at 2 joints. We're going to go all the way up and all the way back to start. Feel okay?
Yes.
All the way up and all the way back to start. Still okay?
Yes.
1 more. All the way up and all the way back to start. Good?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like a magazine before I go?
No, thank you.
Your environment is clean. Bed is in the low position. Let me give you your call light. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just press that red button. We'll be happy to help.
Thank you.
I'm going to open your curtain and go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the care plan, think about my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay.
Lights coming on in 3, 2, 1.
All right, any questions on range of motion? Any questions on range of motion? I know we didn't get to that at the end of last class. Sorry about that. All right, so let's get into a brand new skill. Boy, do I have a lot to tell you. This is hand and nail care. And don't get all stressed out about this. It is a mini mani. That's all we're doing, a mini mani. This is nothing that you guys, nothing earth shattering. Okay. But there are a lot of principles that go into this skill. Remember, we already know most of this. We know how to read the care plan. We know how to do our opening. We know to evaluate if we need gloves. We know to use a barrier. We know about linen rules. And we know how to do our closing. So when you look at this, it looks like a lot, but then you realize there's only 3 things to learn here. It's not as bad as it looks at first glance. Okay, good. At the bottom here, you'll see test-specific information. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill within 11 minutes. 11 minutes. They give you 11 minutes to do a mini mani on one hand. This is going to be done on another live testing student. That person will be sitting in a chair at the beginning of the skill. Charting is not required. So if you look at page 117, at the top of the page, you can see the care plan. We're going to get into that in detail in just a minute. Step-by-step instructions are here, tells you exactly how to do this skill. Some knowledge-based questions here to make sure that you know what you need to know to do this skill effectively. And then down here are your supplies. Now, this is where people start to get a little anxious. You have to learn your supplies. No care plan out there is going to say, I want you to do hand and nail care on this patient, and you're going to have to take with you a barrier, a basin, soap, lotion, 2 washcloths, and a towel. Orange stick and emery board. No care plan in the world is going to tell you that. You are responsible for knowing the supplies you need for each skill. So we've talked about flashcards before. This is a good thing to make flashcards for, learning the supplies. We have in our flashcards, you can use this as a template for yourself. Our flashcards, all of those supplies are listed right here. So you can see that this is the supply for hand and nail care. These are the supplies that you need. So make your flashcards something like this. If you want to order ours while you're in class, they're $15, $14.99. Those of you who are ordering them online, sorry, you don't you don't get. I do think online though what are they priced at online? I think they're $24.99 online. So I think we're giving a $5 discount right now. If not, I'll make sure that they're discounted throughout the rest of this session to $24.99. All right, so here's your care plan. Oh, there you go. Wow, $20. Go get your flashcards before I fix that. All right. So here's your care plan for this particular skill. You see it at the top of the page 117, but I brought it here bigger so you can see it. It says provide hand and nail care to one hand. What if the patient has two?
One hand.
Why? Care plan, easy answer. We don't care. They could have 15 hands. We're only doing one. Simple. For the test, you get to pick which one. Cool. The patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and can move as directed. They just can't get up to the sink and wash their own hands. So this is not a hard skill, guys. It really isn't. But we have to learn 2 principles in order to do this skill effectively. Now, this is where I'm going to get into some talking. Okay, this is an easy skill. It's a mini-mani. We're going to soak the hand, wash the hand, rinse the hand, dry the hand, clean under the nails, file the rough edges, and put lotion on. That's it. That is the whole skill. Super easy. But anytime we wash something of a patient, there's some rules we have to follow. And that's what I want to get into now, because these washing rules are going to be used in a whole lot of skills that we're going to learn. So we learn them once, and we use them for hand and nail care, foot care, partial bed bath, catheter care, and peri-care. So let's learn them. Page 113 is where your notes are going to be. Don't even have to take notes in here. So I want you to think of the way that you bathe. We get into the shower and we get wet. Or if you're a bath type of person, you sit down in the bathtub and you get wet. Then you put soap on something, whether it's a washcloth, a loofah, one of those silicone pads, something. You generally have something to apply the soap. And you get that wet and get soap on it. So it makes good suds, right? And then you suds up. You wash all of your little nooks and crannies, whatever those may be. And then you rinse. Rinsing is important. Then you dry. This is how we all bathe. We wash, we rinse, we dry. Good? Make sense? Okay, so if I know I have to rinse, okay, if we soap up and we rinse off, if I know I have to rinse, then I have to have a process that is going to allow me to rinse. Now, in a shower, this is easy. Water is coming out. In a bathtub, this is easy. Water is in the tub. At the bedside, not so easy, because the water is on the other side of the room. So we have a basin of water. If we put soap in that basin, do we have rinsing water? No, and that's where our problem comes in. Do not add soap to the water. If you add soap to the water, you have nothing to rinse with. Now, some people will say, okay, not a problem, just go get another basin. Get 2 basins, one for soapy water, one for rinsing. So there's a problem with that. How many of you guys have ever been a patient at a hospital? Anybody? You ever been a patient? Yeah, they give you a parting gift when you leave. It's called a bill. Anybody get a bill from a hospital? You were probably pretty surprised at the size of that bill. Everything you use, you pay for, from toothpaste and toiletries to basins to medications to everything is billed. Everything. My neighbor went to the ER because a young man, he had an episode and he lost consciousness. So they took him to at work. So of course they called 911, took him to the hospital. And they checked his vitals, said, "You're fine," and sent him away. Didn't do any lab work. Checked his vitals. And he got a $3,500 bill. Now that's just that was just the cover charge. That's just walking in money. So everything that we use for a patient is going to be charged to that patient. These basins right now, depending on the hospital that you're at, because they all have a different pay structure, these basins are somewhere around $35, $40 a piece. I know you can go to the Dollar Tree and get one for $1.25 now, but they don't shop at the Dollar Tree on General Hospital. So do you think your patient wants, I mean, they're already getting a huge bill. Do you think the patient wants an extra basin added on there? So we have to be careful about just going and grabbing supplies to use for patients, because your patient will be billed for that. Absolutely will be billed for that. So we have to be, and I know they're billed because we have to scan the item when we take it out of clean supply. You can't get it out the door without scanning it. So anybody been to Sam's Club lately? You know, the big things that you have to walk through when you leave Sam's Club now? Yeah, that technology was created for hospitals. Yeah, because caregivers were just grabbing supplies. They were stocking their house, they were stocking their moms, they were taking, stocking the patients' rooms, right? So they had to come up with a way of everything that comes out of that room is going to be scanned. Yeah. Yeah. So we have to be aware of that. Don't use an extra basin when one will do. How do we just do this with one? Don't add soap to the water. Now you've got water to rinse with. Good? Make sense? Good. Okay. So let me run through this with you real quick. We're going to do hand and nail care. So the first thing I have to do is my opening. So, hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do hand and nail care. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. I've got clean hands. I go get a barrier, put it on the table. I go get my supplies, put those on the table. But now I have to get water in my basin because the basin doesn't come with water in it. I've got to go get water. So the only thing that I have touched are clean supplies. I've washed my hands, I've touched clean supplies, and I'm going to go get water to use on the patient. So I go to the sink, right? I've just gotten clean supplies. I go to the sink. Is that faucet clean or dirty? Dirty. So do I want to touch that with my clean hands? All right, time out. I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to see how well you were paying attention last class. Should I put gloves on to turn that water on? Why? Okay. All right, you guys are all, great job. What is the first thing those gloves should touch? What are they touching? And the faucet has cooties. You're going to take those cooties where? To the patient, and that's why you don't put gloves on to turn the faucet on. We know the faucet has cooties. We get it. We see them. They're right there. Faucet has cooties. But if you put gloves on to turn that faucet on, you are not protecting the patient at all. You're actually putting them at risk. Make sense? But we don't need gloves. What we need is paper towel. If we get a paper towel to turn that faucet on, our hands stay clean. Good? Now, when we turn that water on, we want to feel it with the inside of our wrist. It should feel warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. But there is a difference in temperature perception between me and the patient. And to understand that, we're going to get into a lecture here. So when I get water and I check it and I think it's okay, my opinion doesn't really mean anything. Whose opinion should be the one that counts? The patient. So when I get water, I check it and the patient checks it every time. And this is why. So as we age, we actually have structural changes in our body. And one of those structural changes has to do with the skin and the underlying structures. So when you're young, you got really good thick muscle, you got really good thick fat layer, and you've got a really good thick skin layer. So that means that your nerves, which are like way down here, they're not in direct contact with whatever it is you're feeling. There's layers in between. Make sense? As we get older, those layers start to shrink. And when we get old, those layers are super thin. And you've probably actually seen this if you have seen an older person. We have hands that look like this, right? There is a big difference between those two hands. You can actually see that the muscle layer is decreased, the fat layer is decreased, and the skin layer is decreased. You can see those veins as little ropes underneath the skin. Now I'm getting there. I'm getting older. I'm actually watching these changes in myself. This happens with aging. Now, why do we care? Well, we have to start thinking about what this layer of fat actually does and what's going to happen when it's missing. So that's what we're going to talk about now. That layer of fat actually acts as a wetsuit in your body. It's super important. And this is why babies are usually pretty plump, right? We need that layer of fat because our temperature regulating center is not really good yet. It hasn't really figured out how to work effectively. So we have lots of baby fat on purpose. Now, what does that layer of fat do? Well, it does two things. It holds inside temperatures in and outside temperatures out. It literally acts as a wetsuit. When you, well, let me ask you this. What is normal body temperature? Anybody know? 98.6. Yeah, it's actually kind of a range, 97.6 to 99.6, but we kind of just cut to the middle. 98.6 is what we consider normal temperature. Good? What's room temperature? What temperature do you think it is in here? I know you guys are all cold. Can you look at that thermostat and tell me what it says? 74. Right. You guys are all disputing that. It is not 74 in here. I'm going to tell you that there's a difference in the way that we perceive temperature. This room to me is warm. You guys are all cold. Why?
Because we're sitting in here.
Right. Because I am up, active, talking, and moving, and you are sitting. So there is a difference in the way that we perceive the temperature. Right. So we're going to have differences here, but it goes even further than that. Yes, it is. And on purpose, on purpose. So let's talk about this real quick. So if body temperature is 98.6 degrees, like you touch her, she's hot, right? You are hot. You're 98.6 degrees. But room temperature is only 74. So that's a problem. That's a big problem for our bodies to solve. And that's because there's a principle, room temperature always wins. Let me prove it to you. You take out a pie from the oven. You bake the pie at 325. You take it out of the oven. It's nice and bubbly. The inside of the pie is all bubbly. And you put it on the countertop. That pie is 325 degrees. Does it stay 325 degrees? What happens? It cools off. That's right. And you got to let it cool off to eat it because otherwise you'll burn the inside of your mouth. You have to let it cool and eventually it will get to room temperature. Room temperature always wins. Not just with hot stuff. What about cold stuff? We take some ice cream out of the freezer. That ice cream's about 30 degrees when it comes out of the freezer. and it's cold. You can feel it with your hands. It is cold. But you put it on the counter and you leave it there. What happens to that ice cream? It melts. It will become room temperature. Room temperature always wins. Good? Makes sense? All right, so that's a problem because our bodies have to be at 98.6 degrees to run effectively. In fact, if you get down, this is how critical this is. If you get above 100 degrees, you are considered to be running a fever. Guys, that's 2 degrees. Not even. If you get down below 95 degrees, you are hypothermic. If you get down below 93, you are dead. Dead. Yeah. So room temperature is 74, and we have to maintain 98. And if we drop, we die. So that's a problem, isn't it? Especially when I just told you that room temperature always wins. So when you eat, that food goes down to your furnace area, and we burn that food to create heat. And that heat keeps our temperature at a constant 98.6 degrees. It is because you are burning calories. That's why we call it burning, because it generates heat that you need. Good? All right, so we have agreed that room temperature always wins. We have to be at 98.6 degrees, and this layer of fat helps keep in the body heat that you create. So that's what this layer of fat is supposed to do. It keeps the outside temperatures out and it keeps the inside temperatures in so that it doesn't reduce your body temperature to room temperature. Good? Does that make sense? Have you ever heard an old person say, "Oh, I can't go up north anymore. It's too cold"? You ever hear that? Well, they mean it. It's like a real thing. Because if we don't have that fat layer, that outside temperature is going to be able to cool them down. Have you walked into grandma's house and it's like 85 degrees? You're like, "Grandma, whew, let's turn that air on. It's hot in here." And she's sitting there in a sweater going, "Oh no, honey, it's fine." This is why. Because room temperature has an effect when we don't have a good bodysuit, a good wetsuit to keep our inside temperature inside. That's why everybody retires to Florida. Yep. This is why. This is why. So, when we feel the water temperature, I want you to remember that you are feeling through a wetsuit. You are not feeling the true temperature of that water. Not the way your patient is going to experience it. Does that make sense? So just because we think the temperature is okay does not mean your patient is going to agree, which is why we have to have them check the water every time. If they say, "Oh no, that's too hot," okay, go cool it off. If they say, "Oh, that's way too cold," okay, warm it up. But don't argue with them. "Oh, it's fine. I just checked it. Why are you giving me a hard time?" That's not the response we should have here. Remember that your perception of water is completely different than your patient's. Now, this is so important that this is actually a checkpoint. Remember I said that some checkpoints count a whole lot and some checkpoints count a little bit? This is one that counts a whole lot. So if you don't have that patient check the water temperature, it will impact your score in a pretty big way. Now, I'm plugged into a ton of CNA groups online, and I see it all the time. Oh, I just missed one thing. Why did they fail me? Because that one thing was important. It has nothing to do with how many you miss. It has to do with what was the impact on the patient. The test is all about the patient. It is not about you. This test has nothing to do with you. They're grading on the type of care that patient got. Are you starting to rearrange that in your mind? If you understand the test, you'll know how to pass it. I'm going to tell you one of the angriest I've ever been at a CNA. Not the angriest, but one of them. I was in a long-term care facility sitting at the nurse's station, and there were 3 halls, one down here, one straight ahead, and one over here. This nurse's station was central. I'm sitting there documenting, and I'm hearing screaming coming from the shower room down this hall, straight ahead. And I'm thinking somebody probably fell. So I get up and I go down there and screaming. I open up the shower room door and steam comes billowing out, and it fogged up my glasses, so I could not see right away. Took a second for, my glasses to kind of acclimate, so now I can actually see what's happening here. And as I did that, I'm walking over and I'm turning the faucet off because I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And remember, I can't see. Once my glasses cleared, there's a patient sitting in a shower chair and a CNA who is holding the patient's arms like this, just kind of fighting the patient, holding her arms. I'm like, what is going on in here? And the patient was screaming, it's hot, it's too hot, it hurts. And the CNA was saying, no, it doesn't, it's fine. If there is steam billowing out of the room to the point that they fogged my glasses up, I'm on the side of the patient. Listen to your patients. That CNA did get written up. Yeah. I generally don't write CNAs up. I see everything as an education opportunity. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about the impact that this had on the patient. Do you think that patient is likely to trust anybody else to give her a shower?
No.
These are the patients that are telling you no. These are the patients that are telling you no.
That is traumatizing.
So when you've got a patient that says, no, I don't want a shower, you might think about this lecture. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, anyway, make sure that you check the water temperature and you have the patient check the water temperature too. And if they say it needs to be adjusted, there is no argument. Just go adjust the temperature. It doesn't take more than 5 seconds to make our patients happy. All right. So we're going to talk about this in a future lesson. So we're going to skip this step right now. We've talked about this, whatever we wash, we rinse, whatever we rinse, we dry. But that rinse step is actually a little more important than most people realize, because this is what the skin looks like if you leave soap on it. It actually dries out the surface of the skin, can cause cracks, but this itches. Oh, this itches. Don't do this. Make sure you're rinsing well. Now for the test, I'm going to tell you, you will forget one of these steps. You don't forget it on yourself, because you would never step out of the shower with soap all over your body. It just wouldn't happen. You might get distracted and then realize, oh, I got to rinse off. But you would never not rinse. You would never not dry. You're not going to walk through the house dripping wet. You would never not dry. But when you're doing this on another person, it's really easy to get distracted and skip a step. So I want you to remember this, that this isn't the last time you're going to hear it. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. And if you say that as you're doing the steps, you won't forget to do the step. Whatever I wash, I rinse. Whatever I rinse, I dry. And that'll keep you from forgetting steps. Sure.
That's the exact same way.
Yep.
Because they don't get all the way in the shower. You have to like wipe them.
Right. You got to clean them. Yeah. Same thing. You don't want to leave soap on the skin. Whatever I wash, I rinse. Whatever I rinse, I dry. But for some reason with babies, we're pretty good at remembering those steps. But when it comes to adults, you will forget. So there's just more of them to wash. And I think it derails us. Okay. Good. All right. Just change your water if it gets cold or soapy. You shouldn't have to change your water for this skill. Remember, you have 11 minutes to do this whole skill. Guys, you're putting a hand into soak, taking it out to wash, rinse, dry. That basin should only be featured in like a minute of your skill. Okay, that's not enough time for it to get cold. But pay attention. If this takes you a while, if that water feels cold, do something about it. We're going to put a barrier on the table for this because dry surfaces need to remain dry. We don't want water spilling off onto the floor or the table. And anytime we put lotion on, we're going to warm it up in our hands. Sure. We're going to warm it up in our hands, wipe it on, and then wipe off the excess with a towel. You don't want somebody to reach out and grab a cup of coffee with slippery hands. That's a safety issue. So warm that lotion up.
Sorry, I have a question. For the test, are we doing the whole body or just a part of the body?
We're going to do what the care plan tells us to do. So we're just following that care plan. So for this skill, this one right here, it tells us one hand. So that's it. That's all we're doing is one hand. Okay. So our recap here, basins are no soap zones. You have to have a paper towel to get the faucet on and off. We're going to check the water with the inside of our wrist and have our patient check the water. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. Make sure you don't get the surface wet. Warm lotion up and wipe off the excess. Good? Okay, so now we have to learn basin cleaning. Now, all basins are cleaned the same way. We use basin cleaning for so many skills. This is not the first time you're going to see this. It's not the last time you're going to see this.
I have a question a little earlier, like on the hand part. It only says one hand. That's like only for the exam that we get to choose, right? Because you will basically force on the care plan to be specified which hand.
Right. So in a clinical setting, so if we were in a nursing home and I have a care plan that says one hand, I have to tell you which hand. Because there's a reason we're not doing the other one. I mean, if the patient has two, we're going to do two. There's a reason that we're not doing the other one. Maybe the patient has a shingles outbreak on that hand because shingles is not full body. It follows a nerve tract. So maybe they have a shingles outbreak on one hand. Maybe they've had an incision on one hand. Maybe they had an amputation of one hand. There's a lot of reasons why I would not want you to do hand and nail care on one hand. So in that case, the care plan would say, perform hand and nail care on the right hand, which is the unaffected hand. Remember, CNAs do normal. So who would have to do hand and nail care on the other hand?
The nurse.
The nurse, absolutely. Okay, Betty, my question is, do you have to rinse after the lotion? No, you're just going to wipe off the excess. Yep. My question is, in one of your older videos, after putting soap on the hand, you put it back in the basin. So now we just rinse with a washcloth. No, Shauna, I'm actually going to put it back in the basin to rinse, and we're going to see that in just a few minutes. You can use that same water for rinsing. Now, I will say, and that's perfectly okay for the test, but I will say, if I've got somebody who is unfortunately homeless, been living out on the streets for a while, hasn't had a good shower in quite some time, if I put their hand in a basin and I pull it out and that water is pretty gunky because it's been some time, I would clean my water. I don't want to wash the patient with unclean water. Okay, hope that helps.
There was a follow-up from Betty's previous question.
Talking about the lotion part. So, yeah. Do you have to rinse? I'm thinking that's after lotion. I'm not sure. So, okay. So, Betty, it's you soak the hand, you take it out and you wash it. You put it back in the basin to rinse, you take it out to dry. You warm up the lotion in your hand and you put it on the skin and then wipe off the excess. So, you're putting the lotion on after you've rinsed and dried. And we don't rinse again after lotion. We just wipe off the excess. Okay. So basin cleaning looks very complex. It can be very simplified too. Whatever you use, rinse it, dry it, store it. That's it. For the test, we rinse it, we dry it, and we store it. You do not disinfect for the test. And in most clinical settings, you won't disinfect. This is kind of like the sink at home. Lots of people use your sink at home. You spit in that sink at home. And you don't disinfect it every time you use it. You just rinse it out, get the big globs out. That's all we're doing here, guys. We're rinsing it, we're drying it, and we're storing it. And this basin is only used by that one patient. Nobody else. So it's okay to rinse it, dry it, and store it. But there are some situations where you will need to disinfect. So this process allows for that step. So let me show you. We're going to dump the contents of the basin wherever it would normally go. If it's water, put it in the sink. If it's body fluids, put it in the toilet, wherever it would normally go. If it's saliva, put it in the sink. We don't brush our teeth over the toilet. Good? But urine and feces and emesis or vomit would go in the toilet. Where does it normally go? Don't get hung up on this. Okay, a lot of people get hung up on this. I've seen things from, well, if it washed something below the waist, it goes in the toilet. No, it's water, people. It's water. It's water. Put it in the sink. Perfectly okay. Okay. We're going to rinse the basin. You don't have to use soap. You just rinse it. Dump that rinse water wherever you put the stuff. If you dump the stuff in the sink, dump the rinse water in the sink. If you dump the stuff in the toilet, dump the rinse water in the toilet. Wherever you put the stuff.
So with the gloves, you're using a napkin and turn the water back on, right?
No, and this is why. Good pickup. Good pickup. Is the faucet clean or dirty?
Dirty.
Are my gloves clean or dirty?
Dirty.
So dirty gloves can touch the dirty faucet. Perfectly.
But you put your gloves on after.
We're not going to put new gloves on. Nope. Because this is at the end of the skill. We're all done with the patient. All done with the patient. So could you use a paper towel if you weren't sure? Yes. So a lot of people just get in the habit of using a paper towel to turn the faucet on and off. That way I don't have to think about it. Am I clean? Am I dirty? Just use a paper towel to turn the faucet on and off. And that's fine too. That's fine too. All right, so going to rinse it, dump the rinse water wherever the stuff would normally go. Remember, basins are only used by that patient. But if we need to disinfect, we're going to add an extra, or the process allows for this extra step. So we've dumped the basin, we've rinsed it, we've dumped the rinse water. Now we're going to set it down in the sink. And the reason is if we have to disinfect this basin for whatever reason, you can't be holding it with those dirty gloves. You can't. That you're not going to get it clean. So we're going to set that basin down in the sink and then disinfect it. Now it's been disinfected. Can we pick it up with our gloves?
No.
So we want to use a paper towel to pick it up. Paper towel to dry the inside. So we're going to hold it with that paper towel to dry the inside, paper towel to dry the outside. And now we have to put that basin away. So that means I have to touch the drawer to open that drawer to put that basin in. Do I want to touch that drawer with those dirty gloves? So I'm going to use a paper towel to get my supplies and open the drawer. So this looks complex. It's really not. You dump it, you rinse it, you set it down, you spray it. For the test, we don't spray. Paper towel to pick it up, paper towel to dry the inside, paper towel to dry the outside, and one more for the drawer. You will see this process about 7 more times. Okay, good. So now we know all the principles on how to do this skill other than the skill specific. This basin cleaning is going to be used when we use any type of basin, a bath basin, an emesis basin, a bedpan, or a graduate container. If it's plastic and we're cleaning it, we're using that process. So now that we've learned this, we have to learn skills specific. But I want to show you something really quick before we get into these skills specific steps. This is your checklist. This is the checklist, okay, for the skill. This is what you're being graded on. We haven't even got to how to do the skill yet. I haven't told you how to do the skill yet. So far, all we've talked about are the principles. We're going to follow the care plan, do our opening, get our barrier, evaluate if we need gloves, follow linen rules, washing rules, clean the basin, and do the closing. And look at everything that we got checked off. We haven't even started the skill itself. Opening, 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 opening. Glove rules. Washing rules, washing rules, washing rules, washing rules, washing rules, washing rules. Linen rules, linen rules. Closing, 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 closing. We haven't even talked about how to do the skill yet. And you've already got about 70% of that skill covered. Good? Do you guys understand that? So now let's look at the steps that are going to fill in the rest of it. So hand and nail care have all of these principles in addition to skill specific. So we're going to follow that care plan. We're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Get permission, close curtain, wash hands. Then I'll go get my barrier. While I'm getting my barrier, I'll evaluate if I need gloves. You might not, depending on the condition of the patient's hand.
I'm not even common with how it works here with health care in general, with some stuff, but it's not normal here to have a patient in their own room here, right?
No, usually they're what we call semi-private. There's nothing private about it, but semi-private. So usually 2 people in the room. Yeah, ICU. And there are still some private rooms. Isolation rooms are private. It used to be people could pay for a private room, but
more like that kind of, not like when a patient is alone because they are like having an illness that could be like spreading into other patients.
yeah, that's an isolation room. Yeah. It's very rare now to have a single person in a room. Yeah. All right. So we're going to evaluate if we need gloves for this patient. We're going to put a barrier on the table and get our supplies and put those on the barrier. We'll get our water. We'll check it. They'll check it. And as long as it's okay, we can get started. So we're going to ask the patient to soak their hand in the water. There's no specific time here that you have to do this. Just have them soak their hand in the water. Just get it wet. Just like in the shower, you get wet. That's all we're doing here. And then we take that hand out of the basin and put it on a towel. Don't just put it on the hard surface, put it on a towel. And then we're going to wet our washcloth, wring it out really well, and put some soap on it. We're going to wash that hand. After you've washed that hand, you're going to put it back in the basin to rinse it. We got clean water in there. Just rinse the hand. Take it back out, put it on the towel to dry. That's it. Soak it, wash it, rinse it, dry it. That's it. Now, once we've done that, we're going to use an orange stick, and we want the slanted end of the orange stick, not the pointy end of the orange stick. We want the slanted end, and we're going to use it as a scoop. This is an orange stick. We're going to use this end as a scoop. We're going to slide it under the edge of the nail, circle it around, and get any debris that's under that nail onto the stick. But do I want to take that debris and put it under the next nail? So I'm going to wipe this nail off before I go to the next nail. Slide it under the edge, circle it around, wipe it. Clean under, wipe it, clean under, wipe it, clean under, wipe it. Pass those around. Okay. So once we've cleaned under each nail and wiped the orange stick on the towel, then we're going to, no, I don't want to do that. Sorry. Then we're going to file in one direction toward the center. Now, you guys are young. You don't know this yet. But this is an emery board. Most of us know how to use this. It gets rid of the rough edges on nails. But when we use it when we're young, our nails are in good shape. As we age, your nails get more brittle, less flexible. So if I take my emery board and I go back and forth really fast along the surface of the nail, which is what we do when we're young, that pushes and pulls that nail because remember, it's more brittle. Pushes and pulls that nail and it can split right up the middle. And that nail will fall off and it's horrifically painful. So we don't do that with older nails. We take the emery board and we go in one direction toward the center. Not back and forth, not seesaw. One direction.
What happens if the patient got like their hand smashed and they have like clots of blood underneath their nails?
So remember that CNAs do normal. So if there's something there that the nurse needs you to know, it would be in the care plan or they would give you verbal instructions. If it's just somebody that has blood underneath their fingernails and on the surface of the hand and you're trying to get that blood off, then you would just do hand and nail care. Okay, but with gloves because that's a body fluid. Good? Good. All right, make sure you're supporting that wrist at all times when you're moving the arm. Don't do this. Okay? You want to support from below. Be gentle. And then we're going to warm our lotion, put it on, and then wipe off the excess with a towel. Then we'll put all of our dirty stuff away in the hamper, not holding it against our uniform. Rinse that basin, dry it, and store it using basin cleaning techniques that we just learned. And then do our closing. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, let me know. Bed is in the low position. Environment is clean. Open the curtain. Go wash my hands. Then I'll think about my skill. Make any corrections that I think need to be made. And then tell the evaluator my skill is done. That's the whole skill. It does not take 11 minutes. I think the whole video that I'm about to show you from beginning to end, and remember my video has all this intro stuff, right? Showing you the book and the supplies and all that stuff. And it's got credits at the end. So the video is 6 minutes. But like a minute and a half of that is all the opening credits and closing credits. So you can do this skill in like less than 5 minutes and they give you 11. Plenty of time. Don't rush. Don't rush. All right. So I want you to remember that this care plan is specific to this patient. Not this one. Not this one. Not you. Not you. This care plan is only for that patient. So we can have a million what ifs. Well, what if? What if there's a cat scratch? What if the patient has blood on their hands? What if the patient only has one hand? What if? What if? What if? Those what ifs would always be addressed by the care plan. You starting to see how this whole thing goes? You should never be answering questions. Ever. If your brain says, what if? That's something you have to take to the nurse. Good? That's why I'm not giving you those answers, because every what if scenario you can come up with is a different patient, which needs a different care plan. So I can't answer that. Good? Does that make sense? I'll give you one. What if the patient is diabetic and has all kinds of finger pokes in their fingers? We would use gloves. Yeah. Yeah. So we go by the rules that we already know. If we can't go by the rules, what do? Tell the nurse.
Would we be like cutting their nails as well with clippers?
No, CNAs do not use nail clippers. Those are advanced pieces of medical machinery that we're not allowed to use. Yeah, CNAs do not clip nails. And the reason is, we're going to get into this a little bit more on Wednesday, but the reason is when we clip nails, it's very easy to clip that little skin right there on the edge of the nail with the nail clippers. Really easy. And if we have diabetes, that wound may not ever heal. We'll talk about why. So CNAs do not trim nails. But if you keep the nails filed routinely at a short length, it's preventative. So if we keep the nails filed down, you never have to clip them, which is much safer for the patient. All right, any questions? I'm going to show you this video and then we're going to take a break. All right, Jake. Now this is one of the older videos. I know I don't have this one done yet.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Wonderful. I need to do hand and nail care on one hand. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands and then I'll gather my supplies.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to start with a barrier. So I'll place a barrier on the table and that will give me a place to set your clean supplies. And then I'm going to gather a basin, soap, and lotion. An orange stick and emery board. Two washcloths and a towel. I'm going to go get some water in the basin.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature, make
Yes,
sure it's
please.
okay?
It's
Is
great.
it good?
Yes.
Okay, you can submerge your hand in there if you'd like,
Okay.
and I'll bring that tray a little bit closer to you.
Thank you.
Is that comfortable?
Yeah.
I'm going to place the washcloths in here, and we'll wet one of the washcloths and use it to get your hand wet. Now I'm going to place your hand over here on the towel. Apply soap to the washcloth. And now I'm going to wash all surfaces of your hand, including in between the fingers, in this area between the thumb and the forefinger. We're going to turn your hand over now and wash the palm of your hand. Now we're going to place your hand back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm going to bring your hand over here to dry. I'm going to dry between the fingers. And then I'm going to turn your hand over and dry the palm of the hand as well. Okay. Now we'll take the orange stick and I'm going to clean under each nail. Just cleaning the edge. Does that hurt?
No.
Very good. We'll wipe the orange stick on the towel in between each finger. And now I'm going to file any rough edges. So I'll file from the outer edge to the middle, checking each nail for any rough edges. And now we can apply lotion. So I'll get a little lotion, warm it up in my hands, and apply it to all surfaces of your hand. Does that feel good?
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Now we'll wipe off the lotion. Okay. How's that?
Great.
Wonderful. I'm going to place my soiled linens in dirty linen container and then clean up my workspace. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, on the way, we'll pick up the soap and the lotion and place them in the basin. We'll use the paper towel to open the drawer, place the basin in. These items will get thrown away. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I offer you a magazine?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is right there. Please use it to call me if you have a need. I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Questions on that?
And I think it's like, because I know you dry, I know like you said you would disinfect like the basin once you put it in the sink, but like you just dumped like the dirty water in that sink, so it's still safe to like.
Bottom of basins are never considered clean. And because we don't disinfect the bottom, you disinfect the inside. So here's the thing. And this is the part that really messes everybody up, messes nurses up too. There's always a point where something passes from clean to dirty and from dirty to clean. That point where that transition happens is messy. That's where all the confusion over infection control comes in. Right? We all know clean is clean. You can only touch it with clean. Dirty is dirty. You can only touch it with dirty. We've got that. That's easy. It's the crossover point. The test is not grading you on any of that. The test does not care about infection control at that level. They just don't care. In a clinical setting, you're never going to get as clean as you want. You just won't. If it were up to me, personally, if I were running the world, basins would be disinfected both top and bottom. You'd set it down to disinfect the inside. You'd pick it up to disinfect the bottom before you put it back. That's how I would run the world. But I'm not in charge, so they don't, for the test, they don't care.
You know me and my gloves. So if I was in the test and I wanted to wear gloves, would they say something about that?
Okay, so let me,
Like when it's not a glove.
Yeah.
When it's not a glove thing that I need, right? If it's not the body
right. So,
like that.
so if the skin is intact, there's no body fluids, it's just clean skin,
Yeah.
you don't need gloves, but you decide to wear them, and that's okay. You can decide to wear them. They're not going to tell you no, but on the checklist right here, it says remove gloves if worn without contaminating self. So if you wear gloves, there is an extra checkpoint on the test. So it's okay to wear them. There's no problem with wearing them. But just remember, if you take those gloves off incorrectly, it's going to count against you. Does that make sense? Okay. So you can wear gloves. Right. Right. You added a degree of difficulty that wouldn't have been there. But you can. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, if you try to wear gloves for all 3 skills, they may tell you you don't need gloves for this skill. Like if you're trying to do pulse with gloves or range of motion with gloves, they're probably going to tell you you don't need gloves for this skill. There's no medical indication for gloves, because what that tells them is that you are not aware of infection control. Your go-to is just wear gloves. But remember, just like with the sandwich, when we wear gloves routinely, we stop paying attention to what we touch with those gloves. Who does that put at risk? The patient. And that honestly is what they're looking for here, is if you're going to wear gloves, are you going to put the patient at risk? Okay. Does that make sense? Because at the end of the day, that's really the one that they're grading on, is the patient, the effects of what we do on the patient.
It was kind of like in the test and outside the test question, because like I'm just scarred. I'm telling you, I work in memory care, and those patients, they don't realize, because their minds are not there.
Sure.
They don't realize what they're touching, what they're involved in.
Oh, absolutely. And
I have
you've
to
got
wear them all the time.
you've got diggers, okay?
Diggers.
And I understand that. But that,
Dig the poop.
yeah. Yeah, but that falls under body fluids, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So when we see those hands and there's all kinds of debris underneath the nails, would we wear gloves? Certainly, absolutely. We already have a rule for that. Yeah.
Around the world kind of question.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. And a lot of people feel the same way. And like I said, there's no problem with wearing gloves, especially if, if they're indicated, wear them for sure. But I need you to have a bigger understanding of infection control than just wear gloves for everything. Yeah.
Everything anyway, so add something to my list, because I'll barely be able to remember it.
Yeah. And remember that, you're going to be doing hand care on her. She's, she's not a digger.
No, I might dig that.
Well, you are going to be stressed. All right. So any other questions before we go on break? Any other questions?
Ms. Patty, there is a question here.
Okay. Good morning. Can the CNA sit to do hand and nail care? Yes, Catherine, absolutely. You can pull up a chair and sit down to do hand and nail care. There's no problem with that. On the test, there will be a chair there that you can use. But remember, this whole skill takes about 4.5 minutes. So by the time you pull up a chair and get comfortable, you're pretty much up and running again. So if you want to, you can. There's no problem. There is one skill where you have to sit. Stay tuned for that. We'll get into that on class 6. Keep you coming back. All right, let's go ahead and take our break. Come back in 15. And we are back.
It was the this one, the
Maslow.
that's what got me. I was like, wait,
What is it?
the
Maslow's hierarchy.
Oh,
That's what got-
Maslow's hierarchy.
yes.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, you
And
got
You
one?
never
then
signed
it was
the
number
Well, I'm about to
6
send it over for you. What was the last
on
name?
Watson.
chapter-
All right.
chapter
That's on the way for you momentarily.
Was
That one,
saying,
yes.
which is not an example of advanced directives. But I was like, I felt like everything was listed on there, so I was like,
It
I
was the
didn't know
residents'
which one it
rights,
was.
but
That's what I went with because I was like, I don't know, but
that one got me too.
Okay, so
I
let's-
felt like red. I
Let's
read
talk about Maslow's hierarchy really quick.
Yeah. That was
Anybody been in like really severe pain ever?
yeah.
Okay. When you are in really severe pain,
Ms. Watson, that invoice will be found in your email.
Okay, I'm going to it now.
When-
Just sent over.
when you're in really bad pain, do you really care about your career goals?
no.
No, pain is all consuming, right?
Yeah.
You don't really care about anything. Well, that's kind of the basis of Maslow's hierarchy. We can't care about something big unless the little stuff is taken care of. So if you don't have a place to live, food, water, shelter, clothing, okay, if you're naked and afraid, okay, we aren't thinking about higher level stuff. We're just trying to see to our own survival. Then we have love and belonging, right? Your life gets better when you have somebody that you feel cares about you, whether that's your parents or your siblings or a friend or a significant other. It's, but you can't really care about relationships if you're busy fighting for survival.
Right.
Okay. So then we have things like career goals and aspirations and living our best life. Again, we're not going to be worried about that if our whole emotional life is in a mess. Right? It's hard to concentrate on something higher when your, love and belonging isn't being taken care of. Does that make sense? So Maslow just put this into a triangle and said, hey, survival counts. And if we don't take care of survival, nothing else above us is really going to matter. And he just put it into a pyramid. Well, we have to understand that our patients are somewhere in that pyramid. And unfortunately, for the most part, most of them are at the bottom, just literally fighting for their lives. So they're not really going to be focused on higher level things. And we have to meet them where they are. Because you're probably going to be at a different stage than your patients. Okay. So Maslow's hierarchy really has a lot to do with what I teach you in this class, as far as thinking about things from your patient's point of view. Okay. Good. Good. Now let's talk about advanced directives. I have a whole video on advanced directives that you probably should go watch. It's in my animated lessons on the website. But the advanced directives tells the medical team what you want done if you can't talk. That's what advanced directives do. Now, the simplest form is you write it down. Hey, I want this. I don't want that. If I'm brain dead, don't put a feeding tube in me. Just let me go. Advanced directives tell the medical team what your wishes are if you can't say them for whatever reason. Now, obviously, if you can talk, I'm coming straight to you. Hey, what do you want? But if you can't, that form tells the medical team a little bit about you, what you want, what you don't want. You kind of thought these things through. A power of attorney appoints someone to speak for you. So if I can't ask you directly and you appointed him as your power of attorney, then I can go to him and say, what would he want? You are now speaking for him. And then a DNR is a doctor's order that is given to people that have a known disease that is expected to result in death. We don't give DNRs to healthy people. We flat out do not give DNRs. I don't care what they have tattooed where. DNRs are not given to healthy people. A DNR is put into place when a doctor says to a patient, okay, listen, you got terminal cancer. We didn't catch it in time. There is nothing we have to offer you. We can maybe do a little chemotherapy to shrink the tumor or some radiation therapy to make you comfortable, but we're at the end of our road. There's nothing more really that we have to offer you. So this is going to take your life, and it sucks. But when it does take your life, what do you want done? Do you want CPR, or do you want to pass naturally? Now, if you've got a disease that medicine can't fix, CPR is not a magic reset button. You don't get to respawn with full life. Okay? All it does is bring back the body that just killed you. You might get to live a few more days, but you know, is it really going to do much? So most people with a disease process that we can't fix, that is expected to end in death, understands that CPR isn't going to do anything. It's not going to help. So they may elect, when I go, just let me go. Let me go. Now, this is also sometimes used with older patients, really old patients, that have significant medical problems. Okay, listen, you're on dialysis, your heart is giving out, your kidneys are not working at all. That's why you're on dialysis. And your liver, yeah, it was good about 2 decades ago. It hasn't been so good since then. You know, you've used up your body. There's not much left here. So when your body dies, what do you want us to do? Right? So this is only used with people who we know are going to die from things that we can't fix. And we have these hard conversations. And we put it in the patient's hands. What do you want done? And when the patient says, yeah, I don't want CPR, just let me go naturally, then a DNR, or do not resuscitate, is formed. It's a doctor's order that comes to medical staff. It says when this person passes, let him go. You hear Elsa singing in the background, okay? Let him go. Now, that only goes into effect, and this is super important that you get this, right? So really pay attention to this. A DNR only goes into effect when the patient dies from that expected condition. Got it?
If they don't die from that, we resuscitate them?
Well, we don't resuscitate people that didn't die. So if they're living, DNR has no bearing on anything. If they are in a motor vehicle accident, that DNR means nothing. If they choke on their steak in the cafeteria, that DNR means nothing. We would still provide first aid at the car accident scene. We would still perform abdominal thrusts in the cafeteria. The DNR is only in place for the patient that dies of that expected disease, that expected death due to the disease. Does that make sense? So if you've got a patient who has chest pain, terminal cancer DNR, but they have chest pain, we don't just close the door and say, well, good luck. Can you imagine the trauma that would go, you know? No, you still treat. You treat the human. We just don't resuscitate after they pass. So DNR only goes into effect when the patient is dead of that event, the one that's on the DNR, not from any other event, that event. Good. How tragic would it be? Oh my gosh, I can't, I think about this. How tragic would it be? I get told I have cancer. I got 6 months to live. I got to get my affairs in order. Man, I got a lot to do in 6 months, let me tell you. I have a lot to do. I got time that I have to spend with my family. I got to prepare my granddaughter. I need to put some things in place for my husband to go on without me. I got a lot to do, right? Overwhelming. But I got a lot to do in this 6 months. And I got 6 months to get this all. And I'm sick. So I'm not going to have good days, right? I'm going to have bad days. But I got very little time. Now, I am going out to dinner with my husband. I choke on steak and I die a week after. And nobody does a Heimlich because they say, oh, well, she had cancer. I had 6 months, people. You just robbed me of my 6 months because nobody did anything. How tragic would that be? That to me is just, that to me is murder. Making a choice for somebody else's life that you don't have the right to make. Does that make sense? So remember, DNRs only go into effect when the patient dies of that expected disease. There's a lot of confusion about that. Now, resident rights, something completely different. Resident rights has nothing to do with advanced directives, has nothing to do with death. Resident rights is all about the living. Resident has a right to not show their butt to the entire world. So privacy might be an important right. The right to choose what they want done to them. The right to not be restrained. The right to communicate freely. The right to be informed about their bill. These are all rights that the living patient has. So resident rights is all about the living. Advanced directives are all about those that can't speak for themselves or that are dying. Does that help explain the difference between the two? All right, let's move on to changing an occupied bed. This is going to be on page 141. We have the principles going down the side. This is test specific or skill specific steps. Our principles are all spelled out here. And down at the bottom is our testing info. Somebody with your level of ability should be able to change somebody's sheets in 14 minutes or less. It's going to be done on another testing student. So you have a live person in the bed. They'll be laying in bed because obviously we're changing an occupied bed. So they'll be in bed. And your steps are on page 142. Guys, if there's an empty bed, change the sheets. If you walk by a bed and it's empty, patients in the bathroom, in the shower room, having a test done, whatever. If there is not a body in the bed, change the sheets. Because it takes you less than 2 minutes to change the sheets when there's no body in the bed. It takes you up to 14 to change the sheets when there is a body in the bed. So, just for simplicity's sake, guys, if you walk by a bed and it's empty, change the sheets. Everybody likes clean sheets. It feels better. There's nothing like crawling into a bed where the sheets are nice and crisp and brand new. And our patients don't feel well, so give that to them. If the bed is empty, change it. But sometimes we will have situations where we have to change the sheets and the patient can't get out of bed. And that's what we're going to learn to do here, is changing the bed while the patient stays in it. Now, I'm going to tell you, I've been in nursing a very long time. I used this process when I had children more than I've ever used it on adults. Because it is really nice to be able to change the sheets underneath a sick child without making them get out of bed. Okay, so this is helpful. This is easy. We're just going to change the bed a half at a time. Care plans at the top, step-by-step instructions are here, and your supplies are listed at the bottom. Please remember, you need to learn your supplies. Here's your care plan. Tells us to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. The resident can roll. They can move as you need them to. They just can't get out of bed. Tells us a bedspread, a blanket, a draw sheet, and an underpad are not required for this skill. So all we're changing, top sheet, bottom sheet, pillowcase. This is easy peasy. They could make this so much harder on us. They don't. Easy peasy. But I'm going to tell you how to add in these other things as we go. All right, so we learned linen rules. We actually reviewed those a little while ago. But there were two things that we did not learn. And we're going to go over those two things now. And we also have to learn about scoot and roll in order to do this skill. So these two things in linen rules that we have not learned are what we're going to focus on first. So clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. You need to learn that. It needs to be part of you. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And we are going to use this with everything that we put under a patient. If you're putting something under a patient, clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So it doesn't matter whether it's a chucks, a draw sheet, a sheet, a Hoyer lift, slide transfer sheet, doesn't matter what it is. If it's going under the patient, clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. Okay? So you can see here what's happening. This clean sheet is being rolled toward me, so I'm standing here, and the dirty sheet is being rolled away from me. So this dirty sheet is going to be loosened from the bed, rolled away from me, and then tucked underneath the patient. The clean sheet is then put on the two corners and rolled toward me because clean rolls toward me. So now the underside of the clean sheet and the underside of the dirty sheet are all that touch. Good? Don't get too caught up in infection control here. Patient is still in the bed. That sheet is dirty the minute you put it on the bed. Patient is on the sheet. But if this dirty sheet is wet all the way through, you don't want a wet sheet on top of a dry sheet because it's going to get the dry sheet wet. So you take a chucks, dirty rolls away. So you roll the dirty away, take a chucks and cover that roll with the chucks. Chucks are waterproof. So then when we put the clean sheet under, we don't have that liquid transfer. Clean the mattress first, too. We have wipes, just wipe the mattress off. Healthcare mattresses are different than home mattresses. Healthcare mattresses are plastic. You know, the top of it is plastic. You can see that on this. See how that's plastic? They also are springier than regular home mattresses. So you can press way down to get under the patient. So healthcare mattresses are quite different from mattresses we use at home.
But if they're wet, wouldn't you have to change them? Like, why would it be wet?
Sure. If your patient is
Before you
incontinent, you would clean the patient, put a new chucks under them, and then change the sheet. Yeah. And you'll probably do it all at the same time. Because when you clean a patient, you have to turn them on their side to clean their bottom. But we have to have them on their side to change a sheet. So you do it all at once. Okay. We don't ever let anything touch the floor. I don't care if it's clean or dirty, it doesn't go on the floor. So we don't take dirty things from the bed and put them on the floor. Now, this is a problem because I'm guessing that most of you, when you change your sheets at home, you take them off the bed and put them on the floor. Yeah, so we can't do that. Nothing goes on the floor in healthcare. So we want to make sure that we have something available to us within reach that allows us to put the dirty items right in that something. Now, that could be a hamper. It could be a chucks on the ground. That's okay. Or it could be a soiled linen bag, but you need something within reach that you can use to put the linens in. They do not go on the ground. Let me talk to you about these hampers. This is the type of hamper you'll see in most clinical settings. We generally do not keep hampers in the patient's room. We don't like dirty things in the room. So those are usually out in the hallway. In most cases, you'll be using a soiled linen bag. How many of you guys are familiar with Tide Pods? Now they have a new thing with laundry sheets. They're like, they look like fabric softener sheets, but they actually dissolve in the washing machine. So that's the new thing. You'll probably be changing to those eventually because the Tide Pods are, this is more environmentally friendly, these sheets. These bags, just like those laundry sheets, dissolve in water. Now, we've been using these in healthcare for like 30 or some odd years, long time. So when you take sheets off the bed and you put them in this bag, and it's actually stamped with soiled linen, you put it in these bags, they're really light blue. This whole bag is going into the washer. And everything that's in that bag is going into the washer. Nobody's going to take it out, shake anything out to make sure that there's nothing in that bag that should not go in the washer. So if you bundle up these sheets and there's hearing aids or cell phones or earrings or dentures or remote controls or anything else, and they get all tangled up in these sheets and those sheets go in that bag, do you know where they're going? In the washer and dryer. That's right. You will absolutely destroy whatever it is that's going for the ride. There's no second person that's going to check to make sure that there's nothing in there. This is all you. Good. That will be a test question. Something about making sure that there are no foreign objects in the dirty linen. So let's talk about soiled utility rooms. I told you we don't keep hampers in the patient's room. Sometimes they'll be in the hallway, but even still, you can't take a sheet off and go out into the hallway to put it in the hamper. In most cases, you're going to have that soiled utility or soiled linen bag. We have to know where to put it, and we're going to put it in a special room called a soiled utility room. Hamper's going to be in there. A red box will be in there, red sharps containers. But you will also have in there something that looks like a toilet without a seat. That is called a hopper. Some people will call it a Johnny, but hopper is the most common name for it. It kind of looks like a square toilet without a seat that you sit on. And this is used to clean out soiled waste from linens before they go into the washing machine. So if you've got significant solid waste, feces in the sheets, you can put them in this hopper and you flush it like you flush a toilet and water comes out. And it allows you to kind of jiggle it around to get the soiled waste off of the sheet, kind of like a toilet. It's going to go away. It'll get flushed down.
So we will have to do that, Chris?
You may, depending on the situation. Not every place has those, but if you're in long-term care, it's more common to see it in long-term care, nursing homes specifically. Okay, good. All right, so we know this, linens, you use it or you lose it. Don't store anything for later. So we now know all of the linen rules that we need to do this particular skill. Now let's talk about scoot and roll. Side rails are not used without a doctor's order. You can't decide to use side rails for safety. I can't decide to use side rails for safety. They require a doctor's order. And that's because side rails are a restraint. Side rails are specifically designed to keep the patient from getting out of bed, just like a crib. But when a child gets old enough that they start climbing over that crib, what do we have to do? Yeah, we have to get them out of that crib, because that crib, although it was designed to keep them safe, is now much more of a hazard, because if that child falls, they fall from a higher height. So get them into a toddler bed is safest. Make sense? Same thing here. When you put side rails up on a bed, what you've done is created a bigger barrier for the patient to get over. If that patient wants to get out, those side rails are not going to stop them. They're going to go over or under or around or through, and they're likely to get injured. You don't need side rails to keep your patient safe. You've never needed side rails to keep your patient safe. And anybody that tells me that side rails keep patients safe hasn't stopped to think about it. Because when you put a patient in a bed and you put side rails up, that patient is not moving. What happens to muscle strength when you don't move? Yeah, it atrophies. The muscles shrink. Balance, coordination are affected. Strength is limited. When you put a patient in bed with side rails, you make them weaker. You did not do anything to improve their safety. Guys, get that? Much better to not use side rails and help the patient when they're out of bed. Good? All right, side rails do not keep the patient safe. This is what happens with side rails. This happens to about 200 people a year. They die from side rails. Die. The thing that we use to keep them safe kills them. How's that for irony? We cannot use side rails without a doctor's order. Now, if as the nurse, I think this patient needs side rails for whatever reason, I've come to the conclusion in my nursing judgment that we do need side rails to keep the patient safe, I have to call up the doctor. Hey, I need a side rail order. The doctor's like, what else have you tried? And I got to go through a whole list of things that I have tried that have failed. And if I get a side rail order from the doctor, chances are I won't. But if I do, that doctor has to come in and physically eyeball this patient within 4 hours of giving me that order. 4 hours. So if I call this doctor at 1 a.m., you think I'm getting a side rail order?
No.
Absolutely not. Because they are not getting themselves out of bed and getting up there before 5 a.m.
So I had a question too, because like my grandmother at night, she sometimes rolls over, and they hospice they have like put in the order. They gave her a hospital bed, and at night we put the rails up so that way she doesn't like turn or anything like that. Is that like something that like we should find other ways to do, or because it's just for like at night until she gets up in the morning?
So there's a lot of legalities about this, and I'm sure that you have a doctor's order through the hospice doctor to have that bed, and that's the they have gone through other alternatives to get to that conclusion. I can't second guess. I can't say that that is or is not appropriate in that specific case because I'm not part of the treatment team. But there are options. One of the options is to get just like the toddler bed, right? We don't take a kid out of a crib and put him in a regular bed. What's the difference between a regular bed and a toddler bed? Low to the ground, so that if they fall, they're not falling very far. And we probably, if we like the kid, put something soft on the floor, like a blanket or a mat, right? This is how we learn how to stay in bed. So they're not falling far and they're falling on a soft surface, and this keeps our little ones relatively safe. So why can't we use that with adults? Super low bed and a mat on the floor. So there are restraint alternatives.
I know, 'cause
Like how like big you are,
No,
Yeah.
she used to like she had fallen like when we had just a regular bed, and that's why like my mom
Mhm.
Somebody started
talked with
grabbing.
them, and
That's why I
they
said
ended up
I'm not
fixing it.
saying that it's right or wrong in that specific situation because we're looking at a lot of different variables. The fact that she's on hospice is going to play into this a little bit because we're not looking at improving her muscle strength, balance, or coordination. She is, unfortunately, on that trajectory that her life is expected to end in 6 months or less. So that's just hospice qualifications. My grandmother, I was a hospice case manager for 5 years. My grandmother was on hospice for 4. So it doesn't mean that they have to. It just means they have a condition that, if left untreated, would result in end of life. So there's a lot of considerations that are going to go into that decision, and I'm not going to remark one way or another. But what I am saying is it's not our default go-to. Everybody gets side rails. It used to be when I first started in medicine, everybody got side rails. Everybody. You didn't leave the bedside until the side rails were up. But we realized throughout the years that this wasn't improving our patient's condition at all. And in fact, it killed quite a few patients. So we have to rethink this a little bit, okay? So the thing is that side rails restrict a patient's movement. So if they can't move freely, they end up weaker, less coordinated. We actually get a lot of side effects from side rails. Half rails are a little bit different. Half rails are just at the top. These half rails are called positioning rails. This doesn't impact the patient's ability to get out of bed. They can swing their legs out. Where they get out of bed is still wide open. This is not a side rail. This is a positioning rail. Good. Now, the minute I put this one up, though, this one up, that becomes a side rail. I've restricted the patient's ability to get out of bed. Guys see the difference there? This bed does not have side rails. The beds for the test will not have side rails. They won't even be on the bed. They won't even be in the room. No side rails. So we have to know how to do this without side rails because you don't need side rails to keep the patient safe. And I'm going to prove it to you. How many of you guys sleep in a bed? Okay. Unless you're hanging from the ceiling upside down like a bat, you probably sleep in a bed. How many of you guys have a falling out of bed problem outside of alcohol? When we get in that toddler bed when we're little, we develop something called spatial awareness. And this develops somewhere between 1.5 years and 3 years old. We all develop spatial awareness. It's what allows you to sit in these chairs without arms on them and not fall off. You learn where your body is in relationship to the space around it. And you learn how to strengthen those muscles and coordination to keep you in that space. Fair? You learn this while you're sleeping in a toddler bed. Because even when you are sleeping, a little part of your brain is always on. That area responsible for spatial awareness. And this is why you can toss and turn all night long and not fall out of bed. Because that little piece of brain is still awake and it keeps you safely in that space. Now, notice I said outside of alcohol, because alcohol and some medications can put that area to sleep. And this is why some of the medications have that may cause drowsiness. Please do not operate heavy machinery, because that medication will affect spatial awareness. Good? Got it? But for the most part, you can keep your body in the space that it has been allotted. Whether you're awake or asleep doesn't matter. Your patients have that same ability. Now, if I ask somebody, and unfortunately I've got her in the bed, but if I asked one of you guys to come lay down in this bed, you would automatically lay down in the middle of the bed. I wouldn't have to tell you to do that. You would just lay in the middle because your brain knows that is the safest place for you. This patient in this bed has the same ability. Patients are comfortable in the middle of the space that is allotted to them. doesn't matter how big or small that space is, they will arrange their bodies to remain in that space. Even when you turn a patient over, we have to keep this in mind. If I ask this lady, can you roll on your side? She's not going to roll on her side. She's going to shift her bottom so that after the roll, she remains in the middle of the bed. You do this yourselves without being told to, without even thinking about it, and probably without being aware of it. Your patients have that same ability. So as long as we remember the patient needs to be in the middle of the bed at all times, your patient is safe without the use of side rails. Good? Make sense? So patients that are just rolled on their side, too close to the edge of the bed. You think this guy is comfortable? Even if I put a side rail there, he's not comfortable because he's smushed up against a metal bar. And what if that metal bar fails? Not comfortable. Now, that is different than having a patient in the middle of the bed. Middle of the bed is comfortable. So in order to get our patient in the middle of the bed, we scoot them toward us and then roll them on their side away from us so that after the roll, they're in the middle of the bed. So we call this scoot and roll. Now, if your patient can roll on their own, they'll do this themselves. But if we have to move the patient, scoot toward me, and we're going to roll them on their side. We usually have bariatric beds that are wider specifically for this purpose, so that there is space on either side of the bed. Now, there are situations where we have the morbidly obese, the 5, 6, 7, and larger. In that situation, you would have to get specific instructions from the nurse on how to work with that particular patient. Okay, because some patients can't, if they're that large, they may not be able to lay on their side because of the compression of nerves, blood vessels, or bones, because it's a whole lot of weight. On your back, it's spread out over a bigger surface area. On your side, you've now got that entire amount of weight on a surface about this big. That's a whole lot of weight pressing down on those structures. So those patients may not be able to effectively remain on their side for any length of time. So again, it's go by the nurse for that patient. Okay, good, good. I actually used to do in-home care visits for morbidly obese patients before they went for surgery about 20 years ago, maybe a little longer now. And I would go into their homes and perform basic daily care for them. But I would also help them prepare for surgery as well. And then I would do a couple of visits after surgery to make sure that they were on a good road. So this was all pre-op and post-op care. And I would routinely take care of patients that were 600, 700, 800 pounds prior to surgery. So it's a very delicate situation, and every patient has to be addressed individually.
Come from a nursing home,
Mm-hmm.
and we had one patient that was somewhere between 500 and 600 pounds. And I used to work in the kitchen, so I would hear all the horror stories and stuff, and basically it seemed like the CNAs would bully this one particular patient. And it was like, all right, I understand the opinion of the guy because he could be a handful.
Sure.
But there were certain things he just legit could not do for himself.
Right.
And you would come outside, and we talked about HIPAA last week and stuff, and you're hearing about all of the guys' personal information, how they basically hate tending to this guy. And stuff, and it was like there was no reprimanding for that.
Right. And there's a lot of problems with that. First of all, that was violating HIPAA, and there should have been some redirection there, at least some education. But again, that lack of empathy, Sure, this guy put himself in that situation. Absolutely. Every bite he took contributed to his, overall decline in health. And I understand the visceral reaction a lot of able-bodied people have to that. You put yourself in this position, and now I'm the one here having to wipe your butt, and and you're not being overly cooperative. And but the time for action is long past at that point. We're not going to get this guy to the gym to do a couple bicep curls to improve his situation. We are left with what we are left with, and blaming. It's kind of like, closing the barn door after the horse has escaped. Blaming the patient for the situation they're in. Well, you could say the same thing about somebody that was driving too fast on 19 and got into a car accident. You could say the same thing about somebody who was a daily drinker, right? We all have, there isn't a single person that does not do something to put their own life in jeopardy. So sometimes we forget that, and we get very judgmental in health. And healthcare is the worst. Healthcare workers are some of the most judgmental people that you will meet. My job is to remind you of empathy. So hopefully you won't be as judgmental, or at least if you find yourself judgmental, you'll take a step back and think about it from the patient's point of view. Now, let's think about it from the patient's point of view. Let's say that we're 600 pounds, we're laying in this bed. We know that we're the ones that put ourselves here. Our health is wrecked. We know that we're probably going to die because our heart cannot keep up with this demand. Our kidneys cannot keep up with this demand. This is a very bad situation. We're not at home. We're not living our best life. And we have to have somebody with an attitude come and wipe our butts. How happy are we? No. And that's going to come out in the way that they interact with others, particularly the healthcare team, because that's probably the only ones that they interact with. And anger is a stage of grief. And this person is grieving. They're grieving the loss of a life that they wanted and didn't get. Does that make sense? Every patient you see is experiencing grief. Every one. It's a loss of independence, a loss of health, a loss of finances, a loss of mobility, a loss of it's just a loss. If they are not independent at home, taking care of themselves, they have lost, which means they're going to be grieving. And anger is a very valid grief reaction. So we have to keep that in mind as we're working with our patients. So that particular patient, if he's difficult to work with, I would try to find some common ground, something we could talk about while I was in there, something that I can bring a little joy to his life. And that ultimately will make him easier to work with. I'll give you a great example of this. It's completely off topic and, we're so far behind. But let me give you an example of this because this is important. It's not just about knowing the how. Years and years and years ago, I was in a nursing home, and there was this old guy. I worked on this wing, but over on this wing was an old man, and he was grumpy. And just like that facility, the facility you're talking about, stories travel. This is before HIPAA, but stories still travel. And everybody knew this guy was a grumpy old you-know-what. Nobody liked to take care of him. Nobody wanted to go in his room. He was just mean and nasty. Well, I actually was floated over to that hallway, and I'm rolling my eyes going, oh no, I've got, I got to meet this guy now, because his reputation kind of preceded him. And I went into his room with my cup of pills, got to do my daily assessment, whatever, just, kind of routine thing. And as I'm talking to him, yeah, he's grumpy and he's mean and he's nasty and whatever, but I see that he's got a deck of cards on his table. So I asked him, you play cards? He says, yeah. I said, what do you play? And he kind of rolled his eyes at me. He says, poker. You wouldn't know anything about it. Right? Because he's, obviously masochistic. And I said, you play 5 or 7? He kind of backs up and looks at me a little bit and he says, 7. I said, you play draw? So now he's really looking at me. He says, yeah. And I said, okay, deal out a hand. What? I said, deal out a hand. So while I was standing there, I played 1 hand with him, just 1. And he beat me. No skin off of my nose. There's no money involved. And I left. And the next day, I went into his room and he already had the cards dealt. And I'm like, I was not born yesterday. You shuffle that deck. You deal again, and I'll play a hand with you. And he preferred 5-card stud, which he called real poker. It's literally luck of the draw. But he would play 7-card draw with me. I like the odds better. And as we played, we talked. And he was all alone in the world because he had been a professional gambler. And that's not real conducive to family life. And he had nobody to talk to, nobody to pass on his life experiences to. He was stuck in a home with all these old people. He was just as old as they were, but do you think he saw it that way? Either will you. And he wasn't happy. I played a hand of cards with him. Even when I went back to my own hallway on my break, I still came in and played 1 hand of cards with him. Do you know this man became easier to work with for the entire staff? People stopped complaining about him because somebody saw him as a human, not a problem. When you see a problem, they will do their best to be one. They will do their best to live up to your expectation. So you got to cut through it. It's a stress reaction, guys. It's a grief reaction. You've got to know enough to cut through it and find some common ground. And when you do that, they become a human again. And that's how we get along with patients. Now, there's some patients that does not work on. I'm not going to create a rosy, picture for you. There are some people that are just mean and nasty and want to be mean and nasty because that's who they are. And that's fine. But that doesn't have to impact me. I can still be nice. Good. Oh, man. I have had people standing behind me and when Dixie that I did not like. I didn't have to know anything more about them. Yep. I did not like them. They were not my people. And that's okay. Not everybody is my people. Not everybody. But that doesn't mean that I can't still be nice. I have a theory about nice. Everybody's born with a bucket of nice. You were born with one. You had a bucket of nice. But if you spent all of your life giving out your nice, your bucket ran dry. And if nobody else is putting any nice in your bucket, how in the world are you going to have any to give out? So if you find somebody whose bucket of nice seems to have run dry, give them some of yours. That's how you refill the bucket. Don't hit them with a bucket. That doesn't help. Just refill their bucket. Good. I have found through my career that advice has served me well. And it's helped me connect with people that I might not otherwise have connected with. Good. We're late. Okay. Make sure the patient is always in the middle of the bed. You want to turn them away from you. There's a reason for this. There's weight distribution. When you put somebody away from you, gravity always tries to pull them back onto their back. So if you're standing there, you can stop the roll. If you turn somebody towards you and gravity tries to pull them onto their back is way too far away from you to stop the roll. So you stay behind them. The other reason for that, guys, you do not want your face or their face anywhere near your crotch. Never turn a patient towards you. That's just propriety's sake. Never turn a patient towards you. All right, so we now know all of the principles to do the skill. Let's learn the skill specific stuff. There's a couple different ways to adjust the bed. Hospital beds, head of the bed can go up and down, foot of the bed can go up and down, the entire bed can go up and down. For the test, you are not required to raise the bed for anything. Now, you can if you want to. This is one of those skills that the bed's kind of low. If I'm going to change the sheets, I'm going to be bending over. Even short people like me is going to bend over a little bit, and over time, that's going to bother my back. So if I want to raise the bed to a comfortable working height, I can do that. The way you raise this bed is with a crank. I will not be doing that. But you can raise the bed. The ones in the test may have a bed controller that allows you to raise the bed to a comfortable working height. That's fine. But if you raise that bed, you have to remember to lower it at the end of the skill. If you do not lower that bed, it's an automatic fail. Whole skill. All right, so we don't want that patient lying on the bare mattress. That just makes sense. You want to replace the sheet 1/2 at a time. So we're going to take the sheet from this side of the bed, roll it toward the patient, shove it under them. Put the new sheet on, connect the corners, take the new sheet, roll it toward us, and put it underneath that soiled sheet. So this is what it looks like if we were to pull the patient up off the bed so you can see. This is the dirty roll. This is the clean roll. The clean is up underneath the dirty roll. Then you get the patient back on their back, go around to the other side of the bed, turn them away from you. When you turn them away from you, you're going to take that dirty sheet off the bed, smooth out the clean sheet, and connect the corners. You want to remove as many wrinkles as possible from that clean sheet. Wrinkles contribute to bed sores. We're going to put the top sheet on. Don't snap it. Unfold it. And when you put the top sheet on, you're going to make hospital corners. Guys, it doesn't have to be pretty. Get the corners off the floor. Corners under the mattress does not have to be pretty. I'll show you how to make pretty, but they don't have to be pretty. Loosen that sheet over the toes after you make your hospital corners. Otherwise, it's going to pull that foot down. And then replace the pillowcase. The opening should face away from the door. And limit time without the pillow for comfort. Good? That's it. That's it. This is our care plan. Let's review it one more time. Remember, that care plan is just for this person. It is not for this one or this one. It is just for this one. This care plan says change top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. Resident can move as directed, but cannot get out of bed. A bedspread, chucks, blanket, or draw sheet is not required for this skill. Good? Jake, go ahead and occupied bed.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. I need to change your sheets. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll start out with a barrier. I'm going to get a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and a pillowcase, and a privacy blanket. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to place this blanket over you. This will help protect your privacy and keep you warm while we do this skill, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to spread this out. Can you hold that blanket in place?
Yes.
And I'm going to remove the sheet from the bed. We'll place the sheet in dirty linen. Mr. Jones, can I get you to scoot toward me, please? Thank you. And can you roll so that you're on your side facing in that direction? Thank you. I'll remove the two corners of the sheet from this side of the bed. And I'm going to roll the soiled sheet in toward the patient, tightly. I'm going to tuck it up underneath the patient all along the length of his body. Now I'll take the clean sheet, unfold it, spread it out on the mattress, and attach the corners. Now I'll roll the clean sheet toward me. We'll roll it so that it's tight with no wrinkles as we tuck it under the soiled sheet. Okay, Mr. Jones, come on back onto your back, and I need you to scoot to the center of the bed, please. Thank you. Can you scoot toward me, please? And can you roll so that you're laying on your side facing away from me? Thank you. I'll now remove the sheet from the bed that was soiled, wrapping it into a ball. And I'll go place this in dirty linen. Now I'll unroll the clean sheet and secure the corners on the mattress. As I do so, I'll make sure to stretch the sheet so that it's flat and minimize the wrinkles that are underneath the patient. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you come back onto your back, please? And scoot to the middle. Thank you. I'm now going to place the top sheet over you. And I'll remove that bath blanket now. We'll roll it in a ball and place it in dirty linen. Now I'm going to secure the sheet. I'm going to lift the mattress and smooth the sheet down so that it's flat under the mattress on both sides. Now I'll make hospital corners by lifting the top edge of the sheet about 1 foot from the end of the mattress, straight up. It'll form a triangle. Everything else will get tucked underneath. I'll repeat that on this side. And I'll loosen this over his toes so he has some wiggle room. There, how's that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. I'm going to remove the pillow from under your head. I'll bring it right back. I'll remove the pillowcase
being careful not to allow it to touch my uniform, and lay the pillow on the overbed table. We'll place the pillowcase in dirty linen. I'll take the clean pillowcase and scrunch it up all the way to the edges. We'll put the tag side in, place the pillowcase on top of the tag side of the pillow, and pull the sides down. I'll now place the pillow under his head with the opening facing away from the door. How is that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please don't hesitate to call. Can I get you something like a magazine?
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. The barrier will be thrown away. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. Hello to Chris from Qatar. And we have somebody joining us internationally from Qatar. That's pretty cool. All right. Any questions on that one? Questions? Okay, we're going to run through this range of motion super quick because we got to get to blood pressure. So we already know range of motion. We've talked about it. Principles are all stuff that we already know. There's nothing new to learn for this skill. Along the bottom, you can see testing information. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this in 4 minutes or less. On another testing student, they'll be positioned in bed. Step-by-step instructions on page 79, along with the care plan at the top of the page. Here's your care plan. Provide the following range of motion exercise to the resident's right elbow and wrist. Flexion extension. That's it. Tells us to provide 3 repetitions, and the resident's not able to help with the exercises. So we're going to follow that care plan, which tells us which body part, what exercise, and the number of repetitions. We're going to read the care plan. We're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do some exercises. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. We'll evaluate if we need gloves. We're going to lift from below with 2 points of support. You can also leave the elbow on the bed. That's fine too. But we're going to bend that elbow up like they're making a muscle and back down to the bed 3 times. Then we're going to move on to the wrist. We're going to bend the wrist forward and back 3 times. That's it. Ask about discomfort and do your closing.
But it says it don't assist.
It says the patient cannot assist.
Oh, I thought it was, oh.
Yeah, the patient cannot assist. So we are going to do the exercise. Remember that this is just for this patient. This care plan is not for anybody else. It is just for this patient. So if you have a what if, who would that question go to?
The nurse.
The nurse, that's right. So let me show you this video really quickly. It takes a minute. And then we're going to get into blood pressure. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Great. I need to do some exercises on your right elbow and wrist. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones. I'm going to do all the exercises. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort as we do this, okay?
Okay.
The first exercise I'm going to do will be on your elbow. We're going to bend your arm up and back down to the bed like you're making a muscle.
Okay.
We'll do this 3 times each, okay?
Okay.
So the first thing I'll do is bring your arm straight down. We're going to go all the way up and then all the way back down. Feel any pain?
No.
All the way up and all the way back down. Still okay?
Yes.
And one more. Very good. Okay, now we're going to work on the wrist. We're going to bend it forward and backward like you're revving a motorcycle.
Okay.
We'll do this 3 times. So forward and all the way back. 1. Feel okay? 2. One more. Forward and all the way back. Is there any pain or discomfort?
No.
Thank you. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? A
No.
magazine perhaps?
No, thank you.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Call light's right there. If you should need anything at all, please let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to open the curtain and go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review all the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay, any questions on that? Lights are coming on. Guard your eyes. Okay, so here's a question. What happens if I don't increase the height of the bed on testing day for occupied bed? Will it be counted against me? Same question for positioning. The answer is it depends on the state that you're in. Prometric does not require that we raise the bed for any testing skill. So if you're testing with Prometric, it's not required. But there are a few states that do require that you raise the bed to a comfortable working height. Since we're in Florida, we don't teach that because we test with Prometric that does not require it. But I would check with the state requirements for your state. All right. Okay, any questions? We're moving on. We're going to talk about blood pressure. Blood pressure is a non-tested skill, which means we learn it in class, but we're not going to perform it on the test. We do not have to take a blood pressure in any way for the test, not with an automated device or a manual device.
Everyone have a blood pressure cuff and stethoscope? Sorry.
So that's okay. So we do not have to do this skill for the test. Now, you are responsible for knowing normal values. That will be on the test. So you have to know what normal blood pressures are because we report abnormal. You are responsible for knowing how to take a blood pressure. If you use an automated device at work and you get an abnormal reading, you've got to be able to double check it manually to make sure that the problem really is with the patient and not with our equipment. So you have to know how, but you won't have to demonstrate it. So let's talk about what a blood pressure is. Now, you don't really have to know this for the test, but I find it's helpful when I explain how to take a blood pressure if you kind of know what's going on inside the body, okay? We saw this, let me come over here. We saw this with pulse. Heart squeezes, pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes one in front of it, and that wave pushes one in front of it. We've seen this with pulse. When we took a pulse, we just counted the waves. What we want to do now is measure the pressure inside the artery when a wave moves through and in between waves. So when the wave is moving through, it expands the vessel, more pressure. That is your systolic or top number. In between waves, less pressure, that is your diastolic or bottom number. But all we're doing is measuring the amount of pressure as the heart beats and pushes a wave and in between. Good. Normal values for the top number or systolic, normal is between 100 and 119. This is going to be in your book in the first column at the top of page 57. You've got your normal values. So the top, 100 to 119 is normal. Bottom, 60 to 79 is normal. If we get anything outside of that, what do? Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's just one value that's outside or both. So if I get a blood pressure of 156 over 74, would I report it? Why? Okay, because 156 is too high. It's more than 119. So it doesn't matter whether it's one value that's off or two. Okay, if I've got 180 over 110, would I report that? Yes. All right, so let me explain to you what we're doing with the blood pressure. We're going to use a cuff to apply pressure to the arm. And when we do that, this needle is going to go up. Okay, so the more pressure we put in, the higher the needle goes. As a CNA, we want to stop between 160 and 180. This is as far as we go. I know there's more numbers. I don't care about these numbers. Those are not CNA numbers because CNAs do normal. This is not normal. Who would have to do these? The nurse. So we just go up to somewhere between 160 and 180. And then we're going to deflate. We're going to let the air out and that needle's going to fall. It's going to fall, it's going to fall, it's going to fall, it's going to fall, and it's going to be quiet. There's nothing happening right now. It is quiet, 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 thump. The first thump that you hear, where the needle is pointing when you hear that first thump, that is the top number of your blood pressure. You're going to hear more thumps. We don't care about those. Thump, 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 thump. Don't care about those. What we're listening for is the last clear thump. Wherever the needle is, when you hear the last clear thump, the number that needle is pointing to is your bottom number. Well, because it was the last one, there aren't any after it. So it's going to be quiet, 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 all the way to 0. So when you inflate your cuff, it's going to be quiet. You're not going to hear a thing. It is quiet. You're listening for the first. Now, remember, I said normal is between 100 and 119. Guys, right here, this is normal. We inflated way up to here. This right here is normal. That means there's a whole lot of quiet there before you get your first thump. This is the problem most students have. Their brains will talk them out of listening. It's quiet, it's quiet, it's quiet. I'm not hearing anything. I must be doing this wrong. Quiet, quiet. I don't know what I'm doing. Quiet, quiet. You quit listening. Don't quit listening. Okay. Good. All right, let's learn our equipment. Go ahead and take out your blood pressure cuffs and your stethoscopes from your bags. First thing that we're going to focus on is the stethoscope. Okay. So this is a stethoscope. It's nothing more than a microphone with some earplugs. That's it. Earbuds. So on this end of your stethoscope is a diaphragm. It's the flat part. Diaphragm is the flat part. If you've got a one that looks like a cup, this is called a bell. Some stethoscopes have 2 flats. Some have a flat and a cup. Does not matter. I don't care what's on this side. This is the one we're going to use. The large flat, the large diaphragm. The problem is this is a microphone, but it only amplifies one side. I want to amplify what I'm hearing. I don't want to amplify all this out here. So only one side is on. This whole thing turns. The whole head of the stethoscope turns. We got to make sure it's set up right. So you might have 2 flats or a flat and a cup. Doesn't matter what you have. It's the large flat side, this side, that we're going to be listening to. So there's going to be a little dot on your stethoscope. Little dot. You want to make sure that your large diaphragm and the dot are on the same side. If not, just turn the whole thing. Okay, large diaphragm facing the dot. Good? Just flip the whole thing over if you need to. Now, the ear tips are the most misunderstood part of this whole thing. Some of you guys have ear tips that are already preset. Do you see how these kind of face a little bit forward? Okay. We need all ear tips to face a little bit forward. Now, some are preset for you like this, and others you have to do. You have to arrange. So like yours are straight. We don't want straight. Oops, sorry. We don't want straight. We're going to hold down here at the chin strap and just turn them a little bit so they're facing forward. Okay. Good. Everybody's arranged? Okay. All right. So those ear tips are what's going to direct the sound directly at your eardrums. So when we put these in, we have to arrange them so that they're following our ear canals. And as adults, our ear canals go forward. So when we put these earpieces in our ear canals, if we put them in like this, they're pushing the sound at your canal itself. It's not pushing it in the right place. We need to make sure that these ear tips face forward, just like your ear canals. So put these in your ears with the ear tips facing away from you, facing forward. Put them in your ears and then tap your diaphragm. You hear that? You hear it? Okay, take it out. Flip the whole thing around. Put it in and try to tap again. You probably don't hear very well. Okay, take them out, flip them back, put them in the right way, and you'll see that they fit better and they sound better. When you are practicing taking a blood pressure, you've got to make sure that your earpieces are in the correct way. Otherwise, you're never going to hear these sounds. These are teeny tiny sounds. Teeny tiny sounds. We got to have it being pushed to our eardrum. Okay? Putting your ear tips in the wrong way is a common error, and it'll result in you not being able to hear what you need to hear. So now let's go to the blood pressure cuff. Now, blood pressure cuffs are one size fits most. Not one size fits all, one size fits most. And it has a little measuring guide built right in. Of course, I pick one that's not put together.
I have another one that I think that'll work.
That's all right.
A couple enough.
Got it. All right, so you have a white stripe on one of the narrow edges of your blood pressure cuffs. This is your measuring guide. If you put that white stripe underneath all right, Jake, I'm going to have you do that. I don't have the hand strength right now for that one. That's good. Okay, thanks. So on this white stripe, this right here, if I put this underneath the patient's arm, about an inch above the elbow, so like right here, if I put this underneath the patient's arm, if I can't see either corner, this cuff is too small for that arm. So mine, it's probably a little too small for my arm. If you put it under the arm and it wraps halfway around the arm or more, it's too big for your patient. So it's got to be between 1/3 and 1/2 the circumference of the arm. Now, once we've realized that we have the right cuff, the right size cuff, this gauge should not hang down. This gauge, if it falls on somebody's arm, it can shatter their wrist. It's got little prongs. We don't just set it in place. The clip opens. You slide it up that tab, and it's securely attached now. It's not going to fall off. Most of you guys should have yours already attached. Below that is an artery marking. We are going to be listening to a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery with a microphone. We have to be over the artery to hear it. So we're going to find our brachial arteries. So if you hold your arm out, and you got to get that elbow popped straight out. If your arm is relaxed, you're not going to feel it. Your arm has to be completely straight, as flat as you can get it. At the fold of the elbow, on the inside, so this is the pinky side. If you take 2 fingers, don't use your thumb, 2 fingers, just like pulse, trace it up from the pinky, and on the inside here, if you put your thumb on the back, you should feel some thumps. You should feel. It's not in the middle. It's on the inside. Should feel some thumps. Everybody feel thumps? Who hasn't felt thumps? You? Okay. So let me. It's right here under my finger. But do you feel, watch what I do. I go forward, back, middle. And what that does is it pushes that tendon and that ligament right there out of the way. So right there. Did you find it? Find it? Good.
Where is it again? Sorry.
So it's going to be, it's not in the middle. It's not in the middle. It's more right here.
Oh, okay. Like right here.
Put your thumb on the back. You want that C shape.
I don't feel it. Oh, there it is.
Got it?
Yeah.
Did you get it? Okay. All right. We don't want to be in the middle. We want to be more on the, it's right here, right there. You've got a good one. Feel it? Push it this way just a little bit. Yep. Got it? Did you find it? Did you find it? Okay. All right, find somebody else's. Grab a partner. It is right here. Do you feel how hard I'm pressing?
Yeah.
Right there. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure that elbow is nice and straight. If the elbow is bent at all, you won't feel it.
Yeah. No, mine's just like right there.
Can you top me up, please? I'll tell you when.
You gotta put the thumb up there.
Get that arm straight. Straight, straight, straight. There you go. Thank you. Press a little harder.
You don't feel it yet?
Hey, go ahead and sit down.
Hold on.
Okay.
Because you said follow the pinky. And
It's
then-
right here.
You might have to stand
Right there.
this side instead of coming
Yep.
up. And then thumb up like this.
I find it
No, they have to like,
Yeah.
Little more toward the middle. Yeah.
Like right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, okay.
All right, so now that we know where the artery is, we have to learn how to read this dial, and then I'm going to show you how to take a blood pressure. So this is the dial that we're going to use to take a blood pressure. They're marked in 20s. So you see 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and so on. They're marked in 20s. The big lines in between 20s are your 10s or your odd numbers. So if you've got 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, this is 20, there's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Now, those little itty bitty teeny tiny lines are 2s. So if I've got the line for 40 here, that one's 50, there's 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Those little teeny tiny lines are going to be 2s. So if this is 60, there's 62, 64, 66, 68, 70. There are no 1s on this dial. So if you've got somebody that says your blood pressure is 127 over 73, they're guessing. There are no 1s. You cannot point in here to 127. There's a space, but you're going to see really quickly that you're not going to be able to get spaces. Our brains just don't work that quickly. Now, automated cuffs can because they're robots, but our human brain can't, and I'll show you why in just a minute. So to take a blood pressure, we have this hand grenade looking thing, and we're going to hold it in our hand with the tubing coming up like this, okay? Not like this. It does not get held like this. It's held like this. Now, do not inflate your cuffs unless they're wrapped around something. We're going to get to that in just a minute, but do not inflate your cuffs unless they're wrapped around something, because the bladder in here has to have something to press against. If it doesn't, you can actually knock this out of calibration. Good. So we're going to hold that, it's called a bulb and valve assembly. You want to hold it in your hand, but when you do, you want that silver dial to be facing you, not to the side, not to the back. It has to face you. And your index and index finger and thumb are going to hold that dial. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. So as it's facing us, we're going to turn it to the right just until it stops. Don't tighten it. You don't want to tighten it, just until it stops. Then we can inflate. Don't inflate yet. Then we can inflate by pushing on the ball. That's going to hold the air in here. Our needle's going to go up. Then we're going to hold that silver dial with our fingers, and we're going to turn it to the left ever so slightly. Now, if you tighten this down, to loosen it, you're going to go, ugh, and then the needle's going to go, woo, and you're not going to get the numbers. So just go until it stops, pump it up, hold that dial, and go ever so slightly to the left. And that needle will come down at a nice, slow, controlled rate. That needle is controlled by you through that silver dial. If the needle moves too fast, that's you. If the needle moves too slow or stops, that's you. You control the needle through the silver dial. Good. So that little dial, we're going to turn it clockwise to close the valve and counterclockwise to open the valve. Remember, we only go up to somewhere between 160 and 180. So once we get to 160, 180, we'll stop pumping. And then we're going to open the gauge for it to come down. But let me show you what's happening inside the body. So we've got an artery that's going down through your arm. That artery is in the middle of your arm, surrounded by muscles. When we put the cuff on and we inflate to somewhere between 160 and 180, that cuff fills with air. The air compresses the muscle. The muscle squeezes off the artery. Got it? Now, that means down here, we're not getting blood. We don't want this to take a long time because down here, we're not getting blood. Good? But your heart is still beating. So that means that all of those waves that your heart is making they're lining up here at the top of the cuff. They're waiting to go through. Your heart is still beating. We still have waves. They're just hanging out, waiting. As soon as we start to deflate that cuff and the air starts to go out of it, using that silver dial, as the needle comes down, eventually, as that needle comes down, eventually that artery will be open enough that the wave can push its way through. That first wave sitting there. We've opened up the artery enough that that wave pushes its way through. Now, the artery is still super small though. And when that wave pushes its way through, it's going to hit the top of the artery. And it makes, when it hits the top of the artery, pushing its way through, it makes a thunk sound. So that thunk sound, okay, is something we can hear with the stethoscope. So we have our blood pressure cuff around the arm. We squeezed off the artery. We let the air back out slowly, and eventually a wave is able to make its way through. And as it makes its way through, we have a stethoscope right there on the other side of that cuff. And we pick up that sound that wave makes as it hits the top of the artery. And that thunk sound has a name. It's called a carot cough sound. Now, where the needle is, when we hear that first thunk sound, is the top number of our blood pressure. Where this needle is pointing, when we hear a thunk, is the top number of our blood pressure. So right here we have 100, 102, 104, 106, 108. 108. This is where we heard the thunk. But that needle is still moving. So this takes a lot of coordination. Your hand, right. The last clear thump we hear. So your hand has to control this part and this part. Your ear has to listen for the thunk sound. Your eye has to look at that gauge and see where the needle is when your ear heard the thunk sound. And then your brain has to think, what number is that line? So there's a whole lot going on here. And that needle is still moving. So we got to be able to pick it up that quick. Do you see how you can't do that in a space? Okay, good. Make sense? Okay, so our top number is 108. Now we're going to hear more thunks because if the first wave could go through, others can get through. And remember, top number is when a wave goes through, okay? Normal between 100 and 119. But as we keep opening that dial and the needle keeps coming down, once we hear the first one, we're going to hear more. We don't care about those. You're going to hear thunk, 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 thunk. They will get lower, but you'll hear thunks. They're getting lower because the artery is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's harder to hit the top of the artery. So at some point, we are going to hear the last clear thunk sound. Now, here's the problem. That last clear one doesn't say, get ready, get set, here I come, ta-da. It doesn't do that. It just goes thunk, thunk, thunk. Oh, Where was that last one? So you have to pay attention to all of them because they could be the last one. You only know they're not the last one when another one shows up. Good? So that one is kind of hard to get the bottom number. Eventually, that artery gets so wide open that we can't hear the waves hitting the top of the artery because the artery is big. And when the artery is big and we can't hear the waves, they go away. So the last clear thunk that we hear before the waves stop is our bottom number. Remember, the last one means there's nothing after it. So you have to keep listening for a bit to make sure there's no more. That last clear thunk sound is the bottom number of our blood pressure, which in this case, this is where our needle was when we heard it. This is the line for 60, so that would be 62. So our blood pressure, remember we heard the first one at 108 and the last one at 62. Now, if you look on page 57 at the normal values, is that normal? So do we have to report it? We would just document it. That is normal. So there are your normal values. Good? Questions? All right. You want to keep deflating until that needle hits 0. And this is what most students do when they first start out doing a blood pressure. They inflate, they deflate, they get their first thunk. They go, woo, I got a first thunk. They hear more thunks. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I'm hearing it. That's awesome. Thunk, 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 thunk. Oh, wait. Where was that last one at? I think it was like right in here. And they leave the needle kind of hanging out here. That is still compressing your patient's arm. You should not get consumed in your head until that needle is on 0.
So the slower you like decompress it, is that like the slower the gauge goes? Or if you hurry up and
Right.
it will fall immediately?
Right. You are in control of that.
Yeah, now it's for me.
Yep, you are in. We're going to practice this together in just a second. You are in control of that needle. So if that needle, have you ever had a blood pressure taken where they pump it up and the needle goes, woo, and they give you numbers? We're going to talk about it. 1 second. So if that needle goes, woo, do you think they put all that? They didn't do all that. They're guessing. They have no idea what your blood pressure is. They're just making a number up. You want this to go slow enough that your ear can hear the thump, your eye can see where the needle is, and your brain can put a number to that. So it's got to go kind of slow, but you don't want it to stop. If that needle stops, and it can stop, you've got consistent pressure on that artery, and eventually it's going to spaz out because it's being compressed. And that's going to artificially inflate the number, the pressure, because it's spazzing out. So we want this, when we inflate, to come down at a nice, slow, steady rate. It should look like a second hand, but going the other way. Good? Okay. Questions so far? Okay. As this needle is moving, though, it's not smooth. It's going to tick on its way down. That tick is just another wave joining the party. Has nothing to do with the blood pressure. Don't count the way the ticks have nothing to do with anything. Some people go, well, I saw the first tick at 140. That must be the top number. That's just another wave joining the party. Remember, it's what we hear. It's what we hear, not what we see. Other people will put their fingers there to see if they can feel the wave. You might be able to get the first one, right? Because the artery is small and you might be able to feel the first one. But after that, there's no way of knowing what the last, because you're going to stop feeling it long before we could stop hearing it. So the only way to get an accurate blood pressure is to inflate, deflate, listen for the first, listen for the last. Disregard everything else. Okay, now we can remove our cuff and document our reading. So this one, We heard the first thunk right here at 108. We heard the last thunk down here at 62. So our blood pressure is 108 over 62. So we're going to inflate slowly, somewhere between 160 and 180. We're going to deflate slowly. We're going to listen for the first, listen for the last, and then deflate to 0. Don't let, yeah, it's fine. Don't let, get your review sheet. Don't let the needle stop. That's you. Remember, you're in control of the needle. Good. All right, so now I want you to take your blood pressure cuff, wrap it around your cylindrical object, your can. So you're going to take your cuff, wrap it around your can, wrap it around your can. It's got to be snug. That one may not be thick enough.
No. We got another one right over here. We ran out in the middle there.
Yeah. It might have worked. I don't know.
It's a little bit thinner than the other one.
Yeah. All right. So now that you've got your cuff wrapped around your can, I want you to hold your bulb and valve assembly so that that silver dial is facing you. This has to be held in your dominant hand. So if you're right-handed, it should be in your right hand. Your other hand should be holding your can because it's going to need to hold a stethoscope shortly. We need to keep it busy so you don't learn to use it. Now you're going to hold this dial so it's facing you, the silver dial facing you, silver dial facing you, and the numbers should be facing you. I'm going to turn around so you guys can see what I see. Okay. Yeah, if you got a second, that would be good. See if I can hold it steady. Yeah. Oh, it's right here. Top shelf. There you
I'll bring it to you.
Yep. There we go. Okay, can everybody see my gauge on the screen and the silver dial? All right, so this silver dial, I am turning to the right, but just until it stops. I didn't tighten it. I just turned it till it stopped. Now I'm going to squeeze to put air in. Oops. Until I get somewhere between 160 and 180. Now I'm going to hold that silver dial between my thumb and index finger and turn it ever so slightly to the left. Do you see how little I'm moving? You can't even see it. And see that needle is coming down? See that needle coming down? That's about the rate that you should be looking for right there. Should look like a second hand moving in reverse.
If you got a balloon full of air and you're trying to slowly let it out and bother everybody in the room, that's what you're doing.
But you don't want it to stop, and it will stop. See how it's slowing down? I want to open it a little more and 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 all the way to 0. Okay, so go ahead and give it a try. Thank you. Yeah.
It went right back down. Yeah.
That's you.
Okay, so you will have to hurry up and.
So
Maybe I need to get it to 200 and then start the turn.
okay, so it's going to, just because of the pressure, it's going to move down a little bit, but you don't want it to move all the way down. So it will start to move down a little bit on its own, and you're going to open it.
Maybe it was on too tight, maybe? Like this was not.
Yeah, it's not closed enough.
Oh.
So you got to close it all the way. There you go. See how it's staying now?
Yeah. Okay, so right here. And then I'll
Yeah.
like,
Now open it just a tiny bit. Nope, too fast. Go ahead. Compress. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, now hold, let go of this. Hold between your thumb and index finger this little silver dial, like that. Turn it to the right just ever so slightly, little tiny bit. No, or I'm sorry, to the left. Tiny bit, tiny, 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 tiny.
okay, now I'm on.
Oh my
gosh.
It was like
Okay,
so
so
stuck at
when you
first.
close this, right, we have to close it. Right, when I close it with one hand, one finger, like
Okay.
this. That way it keeps me from tightening it down.
Gotcha.
Okay, and then I'm going to pump. And then I'm going to hold it between my thumb and index finger, just like this. And I'm going to turn it just ever so slightly to the left. Right, look at your needle. That's too fast, so I'm going to close it up a little bit.
So it'll just go down that. Like,
Well, I'm controlling it with my thumb and index finger.
Gotcha.
So if it goes too fast, I just turn it a little to the right. If it goes too slow, I turn it a little bit to the left.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, you can check mine. So I think I got it now. Turn it over to the right. Okay. Start pumping. Too fast, or is that perfect?
That's good. That's good. Good control. Now, it might be a little too fast. See, it's speeding up a little bit, so you may have to adjust it a little bit.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember, you're putting a lot together. You're listening, you're looking, and your brain has to figure out the number.
Okay.
You need me to watch? You doing okay? Okay. Open it just a little bit. Oh, a little too much. Good. Good. Anybody over here need help? Or are you doing okay? Everybody doing okay? All right. So these are classroom sets of the blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes. I do not make you buy your own anymore. We used to have the classes buy their own. This is a classroom set. You guys can practice during practice time. Remember, we won't have practice time until week 3. Okay, so you can practice with these classroom sets during practice time, or if you're wanting a little more practice, you can go buy a set and practice with that at home. You can get them on Amazon for like $30 for the stethoscope and blood pressure cuff.
Is it something we'll actually be using consistently?
Every setting is going to be a little bit different.
Depending on where you work.
Yeah. Yeah. Most places have blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes there for you to use, facility sets. But like everything else that's community property, they get beat up and stolen. And
If you're doing home health.
yeah, you want your own.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah. I personally,
Some of them, like the finger one, automatically read mine. I didn't have they didn't have nothing to measure it. It was like a machine.
yeah, I have low confidence in those because we're not exerting pressure. Remember, this is all about pressure. So I think that can give a ballpark, but yeah. So the finger one is more for pulse and oxygen saturation. But some of them, like the Apple Watch, can give you a blood pressure reading. But again, I have low confidence because there's no.
Rather the old school than the tech.
Right. Right.
It'd be worth the experiment to use the Apple Watch, see what its blood pressure gives
Yeah.
you, and then take
When
your
you
own.
go running, it'll alert if it's going too fast.
That's your heart rate,
Yeah.
your pulse.
Yeah.
I've done it with the Apple Watch and it's pretty accurate.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We've done some comparisons
Yeah,
too.
because my condition, I use it.
Oh,
It's pretty
okay.
accurate.
I mean, I
For
assume
the
that
pulse and the blood pressure.
assume it's got to be relatively
Yeah.
accurate, otherwise they'd get in hot water legally, but.
Well, that's the thing about the blood pressure is they can't, there's actually a disclaimer about the blood
Oh,
pressure. Yeah.
Also, they can use it as not a diagnostic tool.
Right.
And just a referential tool, and then that.
Yeah, it's not diagnostic. All right. So do you guys have a rough idea on how to take a blood pressure? And do you know the normal values? So I have a whole on page 57. This gray box is something you probably should do. This will make sure that you know what you need to know about blood pressure. These images show you, basically you take the blood pressure. It shows you where I heard the first, where I heard the last, and you tell me what the blood pressure is. I know I'm running late, but homework is chapter 4. I want you to pay attention to the normal signs of aging for each body system. Don't get all tied up with body systems are made up of this, that, and the other. None of that is relevant to CNAs, but changes of aging are. We're going to go over chapter 4 at the beginning of Wednesday's class in detail. Wrap up email, watch the videos. This is a QR code for the CPR class. In this room, it'll be the Monday after, I think it's the Monday after graduation. So this gives you this QR code. If you take a picture of it, will give you, it's the link to register for that. It gives you a discounted rate. CPR is done by Julie, not by me.
So not this week Wednesday, but like when will she be here?
I think it's the Monday after graduation.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's the Monday after graduation. But just take a picture of this if you are going to need CPR. We'll have it again next class.
Do you know how much it costs?
I don't click on it. I'm not sure. I hate to quote prices because I'm not even sure of my own. Like I made a mistake on the flashcard. Better go order those flashcards before I increase the price. I don't like to quote prices. Just go there. Go there. Okay, and we'll have that again. I'll have this slide again on Wednesday's class. You've got your review sheets. Go forth and conquer. Cinco de Mayo. Go have a margarita somewhere. Have a great day, guys. Those of you joining us remotely, until next time, happy caregiving. Oh, game show tomorrow at 11. Don't forget, game show tomorrow at 11. See you there.